I'm at Grace Church Road. I went to Waynesboro to bring this man down to this address. And now he's trying to force his way into a house. I'm afraid to move my vehicle. They're fighting in there.
It's inside the house now?
Yeah.
You have your doors locked?
It's open. I'm in a van.
You need to make yourself safe, okay? Even if you've got to drive away from there to get away from him and close that and lock that door. Do that for me now, please.
Okay, wait a minute.
Oh.
Did I do it right?
Yeah. I was like waiting. I was going, okay. It never feels I'm too busy watching the bomb. I'm like, oh shoot, we're almost live here. So hello and welcome, of course. This is Psychic Sleuth. And how are you today?
I'm doing good.
Yes.
I don't know why I've been a little nervous all day.
It's all good though, because we're just gonna chill here. There's there's like 123 in chat. So just a reminder to everyone in chat, of course, just be kind, be nice, and no arguing. Hey Frank. Actually, since Frank's in here, Lewis had dropped me a link for one of your videos, and like I was saying, I don't really watch too many people's videos, but the other night I particularly literally just, like I said, was giving my husband a back scratch, and I was like, I'm just gonna turn it on, put it on my hip, and I'm just gonna scratch away. He's so demanding. And anyways, so I listened to it, and then I remembered that I seen you on Frank and Marv's channel months back, I believe it was now. And then I messaged you. You messaged back and asked you if you could come do a live, and you graciously, of course, said yes. And so here you are. So it's a pleasure to meet you, of course. And so what do you prefer to go by, like Psychic Sleuth, or do you ever put your name out there, or just the Psychic Sleuth?
So everybody kind of knows me as Psychic Sleuth. I've kind of had that name for the last 10 years. But I'm also known as Rochelle, so it doesn't really matter.
Oh, okay.
I think when I first got this started, like, I didn't want my name out there because I didn't know what I was going to get into,
Yeah.
So over the years, I've kind of just been more open about who I am. But yeah, I mean, I go by either. It doesn't really matter.
I mean, if I happen to call you, probably Rochelle, because it comes off the tongue a little easier.
A lot of people call me Rachel, and then I'm like, it's okay, I'm used to it, because everybody does that all the time. They always call me Rachel. So,
well, again, it's a pleasure to have you here tonight, and thank you, everyone in chat. Typically, we do a few hellos, and then we'll say a few hellos, Rochelle. Then we'll get started, and you can tell everyone about yourself and exactly what you do, and then like I said, YOLO, right?
Girl yellow. Yep.
Yeah. All right. So let's say hi to Lewis. So this is Lewis, obviously the one that dropped me. So he'll be joining us in a bit there once we get into the discussion part and everything. And say hi, Lynn. Andrew, Ozzy, he's not silenced. I still say that. When somebody switches their name, but have a hard time changing it in your head. Mm-hmm. Alyssa, Daisy, let's see. Did I say Belinda already? There's Alexa. Alexa's our profiler friend, the handwriting expert that comes on. And love you, Alexa. And let's see here. Looks like they were having a conversation well before. Moonshadow. Hey,
I see some of my subs too in there that are always in my lives.
Which ones are yours? Do you see some?
Cassie's one, Shazam's one, Ronnie Maddox is one.
Yep.
Alyssa Blout, she's one. I think Katie Mel is one. There's a lot.
Yeah. Well, welcome to the It's a Crime and Shame channel. And again, if you guys, like I said, you have to be subscribers. And I know that you put out the video last night, letting people know that as well. Just 1 second there. Just checking something. And so, obviously, if you guys could hit that like button out there as we move along here. And I'm just going to quickly, okay. I'm just going to quickly drop your link as well. Hey, Copper, how are you? Carrie, Callie. Like I said, hello. Everyone that's coming in from the Psychic Sleuth channel. Pleasure to have you in here tonight. True Crime Housewife, Sharon Parker, KMH Television, Cassie. Not even sure how to say that one. Ronya. Luscious. What do you think about that name? Luscious. SB74, Jumpin' Jack Flash. All right. Wanda. Hey, Wanda. And Blue Willow. Yeah, that one's yours, you said. Is that Shazam?
Shazam.
Yeah.
She's a mod. She's the one that did the video for me. She does a lot of work for me. So she's a great teammate.
Yeah, makes it a lot easier when you have definitely good people that can always help you out and mods and stuff like that. So appreciation. I probably forget sometimes, like, to even say that sometimes. You get freaking squirrel in there. But it's always really nice when there's people out there that can help you out. And it really is nice too when you can have one like Streamlabs there that can help you out too.
Well, it's weird because we're noticing like she does some live readings with me, and we started bringing her on camera just so she's there to bounce off of. And I don't know if it's her intuition or whatever, but she gives me a boost, and I seem to be able to get more information. It's kind of interesting.
No, really.
Just wanted to try it, and it seems like, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so go ahead, Rochelle. Just go ahead, tell people about yourself, your channel, whichever. Again, we'll drop your link throughout the night. So please, anyone that is subscribed to this channel, I dropped the link there, and that's for the Psychic Sleuth channel as well. So yeah.
Okay, so first of all, I'm so happy to see that 80% in here are believer in gifts. That's a good thing, because I feel like we all kind of had the innate ability to connect to the other side. That is where we come from. And, people that are more open are able to do it a lot easier than people that are closed off. So basically, I've been doing this for about 10 years. I had another channel and it got hacked and I had to start all over. So we started all over from scratch a couple years ago. And, I've been doing readings ever since. I'm kind of drawn to the true crime genre for whatever reason. I think it happened growing up watching Columbo, wanted to kind of be a detective, but I just do it just a different way. So, there's been a lot of things that wow me. And so it's not like this is the only case that I've been accurate on. I constantly try to prove myself because, to prove that someone's legit, like, you got to be consistent with it. Because I have a lot of people come at me and they're just like, well, you only got a name. Well, you only got this. But they're not watching everything. And they're not watching because I've had people come on where I've given mediumship readings to that I've never met before. Knowing things that there's no way I could possibly know. And again, I've had clients for the past 10 years where I've done the same thing. I wouldn't continue to have clients if it wasn't something that I was legit doing. So I would definitely not ever pretend to be something that I'm not. I have integrity with it, and I always just give what spirit gives me. So, with that being said, people don't understand kind of how readings work. I'll just explain real quick. So a lot of times in readings, people just think that everything is focused on the main person, right? but we can get information on stuff that is connected to that person, on people that are connected to that person, which can kind of make things a little bit confusing. So I've been on this case since 2017 when it happened. The weird thing is I walked into a pharmacy. I had been told about it before, but I kind of just like, it was whole high profile. You know, I wasn't really going to touch it. I kind of let cases find me because I'm not going to ever be able to help everybody that I want to help. I kind of just, I know I'm only supposed to work on the ones I'm supposed to work on, you know? And so I was standing in a pharmacy of all places. And, you know, when you think back now about the whole pharmacy connection, so I was standing in a pharmacy of all places and, you know, it comes on the news. And so I started getting these flashes and I said, well, here we go. So not long after that, I did my first auto write, and back in auto write 1, I actually got the name Alan and Kagan in the very first auto writes, as well as Walmart, which is kind of weird. So there's a lot of connections that I actually got right away that wasn't really clicking. And back then when I did auto writes, I didn't understand how they worked, you know? So I always tell everybody, not everything is going to match with an auto write to that case. I get past, present, and future, and we're noticing that the stuff that I got in those auto writes, there's 10 of them, is connecting to cases that are happening now. It's kind of hard to explain, but you know, if you've seen the auto writes, it's about timing, right? So the stuff is breaking with Delphi. Now we're going to see some other stuff happen with the auto writes that are going to be kind of mind-blowing. For instance, I had gotten the name like Daniel Boone and Barbara Bush, and it came in separately. But I mean, we have this poor girl Boone Bush, you know, that was kidnapped. So that was an odd coincidence, you know. And then Aaron Carter, Aaron came in multiple times in the Delphi auto writes. Singer-songwriter did, as well as Lancaster came in the last reading that I did. So it's kind of weird. Like, I see the connections now, but when I did them, you know, 5 years or so ago, I didn't understand that. I just thought I was channeling everything that I was trying to connect the girls, and I was channeling everything for them. So when we did, like, I think it was as we kept going with the auto writes, I realized that other things were clicking from other cases. So you guys have to keep that in mind when you go back to the auto writes. Yes, a lot will fit, like her name, and it's all in how we perceive the information, right? How we understand it. So like Janice came in. I mean, that's Alan's mom. Johnny, I think, is her brother. Like, there's names that came in that is specific. It's not like I just throw a bunch of names out, because I always tell people, like, names are literally the hardest thing to get. Why? I don't know. They just are. And so, you know, I decided to kind of stop the auto writing. You know, I did it on a podcast and everything. Like, we put it out there, and I started getting attacked by the dark. I feel like there's a lot of dark around this case, like extreme darkness. And so I stopped for a while. I picked it back up in 2019, which I thought I was going to do my last reading on, which I went through last night in like the second part of it. And I'm like, holy crap. Like, there's so much here that fits the person now in the second part. You know, the apocryphy, I'm probably saying that wrong, but it's the potion and the medication, the prescription bottles, like, you know, the Matt, like that's short for Matthew, right? So there's a lot that came in that reading. I don't understand the connections for the rest of the reading, though. Like, I don't understand it. So then I tried again in 2022, and that's when I first got Richard. And then I said, well, I kind of felt pulled to work on it one more time. And I had started working differently. I was no longer typing anymore. I mean, I type. Obviously, I do my private readings that way, but I was no longer, I feel like when I do crime that way, I bring in a lot of interconnects, and it can make it a little confusing. So I decided to do the reading in May of this year. And I mean, that's when I ended up getting his name. And I'm as surprised as you guys are, because I didn't remember I got it. If you watch that, I'm like I look like I'm high, honestly. And I think it's just because I'm channeling. Like, I go back and you could tell I'm tired, and you can tell I'm just in it. And you know, people are like, oh, you threw a bunch of names out. But Rodney and Nick, I mean, Rodney, Kylie, Rodney, you know, I get future stuff. So, you know, sometimes depending on the timing, the future things will happen. And, you know, Nick was the one that found her. Now Nick can fit in here as well, but sometimes things fit multiple cases. So, you know, getting his name was one thing that I was just as surprised as you guys were. I kind of just did the reading and left it. Because it's one of those things, like, even if you turn it into law enforcement, like, they're not going to listen. They're not going to listen. With law enforcement, you really got to prove yourself. I mean, some of them do work with psychics, but you have to have a reputation for them to listen. So that's kind of my journey on Delphi. I've been working it a long time. And again, readings can have, you know, connections. Like I say, I don't get as many interconnects when I do the channeling this way now, but I still get them. That's just the way I work. And I don't know why that is. I don't know if it has a thing to do with foresight or not. I also, you know, I do world events, and the stuff is happening that I've predicted. So it's one of those things where I even get mind blown sometimes. But I always try to give what spirit gives, and I always try to just go where I'm guided. And my whole thing is to try to give victims a voice. That's why I do what I do. Because I feel like I'm not here to solve cases. That's not what I'm here to do. I'm here to put the information out, and hopefully it gets taken to, you know, it gets taken to another level, like the cops listen or whoever listens, or it's just validated from the other side when an arrest or something happens, right? So that's kind of how I have to kind of explain how my readings work. And I can get past, present, or future. Things can be symbolic. They're symbolic a lot of the time. And sometimes they have multiple meanings. And, you know, sometimes I use my references, experiences, or how I relate to something to try to explain exactly what they're trying to say. So, you know, we keep that in mind when I'm doing readings. And I always tell people, like, this is, you know, and for entertainment purposes only. Is no way fact what I tell you guys. It's just my psychic medium impressions.
Yeah. So. I thought I heard an echo there for a second. Well, I was going to say, you know what? Each to their own when it comes to all this stuff. Like I said, you know, told you in a private conversation that I've always been, I didn't know what, I hate labels. I really hate labels. That means someone's subbing. I'll make sure that I turn that off. But it's whatever, spiritual. It all just boils down to me to, you know, like you had said originally, and whoever said I was ignoring her, it's I'm not ignoring her, but I have to multitask behind their Psych 101. I have to sit there and try to make sure that people's things are getting said, because I was adding her thing to OBS. So no, I was listening.
She's good, guys.
Yeah.
She's doing a lot over there. Yeah, I'm just rambling off, you know. I just want to make sure people know and understand how this works, because I think a lot of people don't understand that I can get connections and things like that. Like, it's not always just about him. Yeah. Like, you know, in the reading and that I did in May, it was like I kept getting McDonald's, and that's just like right by where he works. And because I know McDonald's, they knew how to show it to me, I guess. Right. And I guess I just didn't, it's hard to put things together sometimes. Like, you know, I got the symbolism for, like, basically the medical symbolism and stuff like that. Like, it's hard to put that together sometimes and figure it out. And again, it's not for me to, like, really figure out. It's just for me to put out there.
And, you know, again, I think we both know that when it comes to reads or tarots or whatever, that, again, it's not everyone's cup of tea. You have your people who need to touch, feel, whatever. Personally, not me. It's always about instinct, gut intuition, like I said. So,
well, and another way that names work too sometimes is they will kind of give you, like, something that sounds similar. So I think that I was looking back and I was like, I think that's why I got Mickey. Like they were trying to rhyme kind of Ricky, like maybe I wasn't picking up the Ricky, so they said Mickey because it sounded similar. And then later they said Rick. So it was just a way to kind of give me the name because, like I said, names are not it's not like my strong suit. And I'm hoping everybody doesn't think that I'm just going to get names of murderers all the times because, you know, it has a lot to do with what spirit gives me.
Do you know, Rochelle, the first time I was ever read, I think I was 26 years old. And this is when I was leaving my first abusive relationship. I was with him from when I was 15 years old to 26. Anyways, there was a girl at work, and I worked in cosmetics and Eaton's back in the day in Calgary, Alberta. But anyways, she had come back, and, you know, me and this another lady that worked in cosmetics, Margarita, Leanne was telling us about this lady that had just read her and how amazing she was, and, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So me and Margarita decide that we're going to go down and have ourselves read. Yeah. And so it was one of those jaw-dropping things, like, because what people wouldn't say about me now, because I'm very open about a lot of things. You would have never known back then I was in an abusive relationship, because I wouldn't have told you. I would have came to work like I do, smiling, you know, every single day. So nobody would know certain things because I just kept to myself when it came to my private stuff. But yet I could talk about whatever else. But I'd never tell you I was being abused or hit or whatever. Anyways, so I was leaving my ex at this time. What floored me is that we didn't know her. The person that got read didn't actually know her, was referred to another person. So the person that even told us about her didn't know enough about my life or Margarita's life to fill this person with information. The accuracy, not generalization, it was the accuracy. So when somebody sits there and says that, you know, like, this is what I see of your life and this is where I see it going, and then hindsight tells you, but the minute she started pulling out names, I was just like, oh shit, you know, because there was no way she could have known this stuff. Forever to this day, doesn't matter who comes before or I should say after that read, nobody will ever top that read. So any read after that, I always had to compare to that level, because it was so crazy that it was like, you just get out of my head right now, because you wouldn't have known I was thinking about going to Florida. Like, she literally whips out a map, and then she's like, I don't know why I see it. She goes, but I see you going down two roads. She goes, either this way. Now, it's not like I sit there and go to freaking USA. I'm from Canada.
Yeah.
You know? And so she whips up this map, and she literally does, and she points it on Florida. Well, it just so happened that there's this baseball player that really took a liking to me when I was working, because he would come in the store and he kept hitting on me. And I would be like, well, do you mind if Dion comes? Who's that? Well, it's my guy I'm with. And he's like, yeah, sure, no problem. The guy literally flirted with me from a freaking on the field. He'd look up, start waving away. Dion started putting his arm around me as if she's like, mine, don't touch, you know. But what happened is that I was tired of being abused. And so I had, when the relationship was over, I gave this guy a call and I'm like, hey, remember me? Blah, 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 blah. You know, because I hadn't talked to him in about a year or whatever. And which he did. Probably remembered probably a few other ladies along the way as well. But thing is that he lived in Florida. And like I said, I ended up not going that way because I'm, again, too intuitive that I called him on his bullshit. But I actually told him what the reader said. And I said, hey, is any of this true? And he's like, yeah. And I was like, well, sweet. Have a good day. Take care. Bye. You know, so I never did go that way. Instead, I went the other way, which she said. And twice people told me I was going to be pregnant in 6 months. I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm leaving an 11-year relationship. No hope way in hell am I having, you know, getting pregnant soon, blah, 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 blah. 6 months later, I was freaking pregnant with my son, who's 25, going to be 26 soon. But it was more than that, you know? And so it floored me. And again, so that was my first one. And I've had one other person impressed me. And when I happened to be listening to yours, And like I said, I don't really listen to people, very little, but I literally was listening to the whole darn video. There was definitely so many things that you said in there that I didn't know. I didn't even know you were on, like a Kurt's trail or this trail or whatever. But there was a couple things in there that really stood out. And that's what prompted me to go, oh, hey, like she wouldn't have known this word because another psychic already told me this word, which was the same word as you. And then I was like, and then a few other things as well. So, like me, I really hadn't watched any of your videos because I don't really, like I said, I knew that you were on Marvin Frank the one time and that was about it. I just kind of go about my own thing. And so, yeah, so to me, it's, what, I always take everything with a grain of salt. And, but I believe that people have gifts. Absolutely. Absolutely. So with that being said.
Yeah. Well, it's funny you say about the pregnancy because, predicting pregnancies, that's like a thing of mine. Spirit loves to show me when people are going to be pregnant. And I literally had that happen not long ago. I actually read a couple sisters and their mom's on the other side. I apologize for my dogs barking outside, by the way. They're watching my goats and we got coyotes out here. So that's probably what they're barking at, just so you guys know. So anyways, I did a reading on her and her mom literally was holding a baby girl and she gave me the months of July and April. At the time, it didn't make sense. And she was like, I'm not pregnant. I'm not going to have any more kids. A week later, she finds out she's pregnant, which is July, and she's now due in April. So that was the funny thing. Then I ended up doing another reading with her sister, and her mom says, tells me the same thing. She shows me holding a baby boy. And so we're thinking, well, is it the other sister that we got? No, because this is a boy. So she says, I wasn't feeling right. I went and took a pregnancy test. She gets back with me the next day and she says, I'm pregnant. And this was the day before she found out. So wow. I do that a lot.
Yeah.
And for some reason, Spirit will always tell me if someone's going to have a baby in the family.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why. It's just they like to blurt it. And I don't know if it's like a validation, like they told me this before you found out kind of thing. So yeah, I do have indoor dogs too. So they might be receptive, and cats too, but I'm just letting you guys know that outside they're protecting against coyotes really barking.
As I was watching your video, I'm like, how many frigging cats and dogs are there? Because I was sitting here like when I have 2 cats myself.
Too many.
And I was like, is that like Animal Kingdom here? But so what do you have? Like, or did you lose count?
Yeah. I got a bunch of dogs and cats, and that's just
animals are such a great, honestly. I love
unconditional love. Yeah.
Unconditional love.
Some of them do let me know in spirits here. I got one that she's very receptive, and it's a dog, and she will literally just wake up out of nowhere and just start reacting to it. My cats get really I don't know if anybody knows that cats work on the astral plane and dogs work on the physical plane. So cats will literally go around your house, like if you're gifted and you might attract some energies. Okay, cats will go around and follow those energies and make sure they're not there to harm you. And so they work on the astral plane, and the dogs kind of work on the physical plane. I don't know if anybody knew that.
No,
but that's just a fun fact. And that's probably why I have a lot of cats, is because I got to keep the dark energies away. They're working all the time.
Yeah, no. You know what I love about them is that they literally, it's like the worst thing that comes out of their mouth is like a meow or a bark.
Yeah.
Thank you. Like honestly, truly, I would rather know them than humans, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
They truly do. It's just unconditional love, right? You treat them good, they love you.
And I'm single, and my 17-year-old lives with his dad, so it's like this is all I got. I live out in the country, and that's it. And right now, my almost 17-year-old dog just decided she wants to lay on my lap this live, and normally she doesn't. So I don't know what it is about tonight, but maybe she feels my nervousness, and I don't even know why I'm nervous. Like I've had a podcast, I've been on other shows. I don't know. I think it's because now I think people expect more of me.
Yeah.
So that might be some of it.
Well, I'm not going to lie here. I've cried way more about my dog dying than anybody else, whether it was my mom, anyone that's died in my life, honestly. I literally still tear up. My dog passed away December 7th of 2012. Yes, I see that. Thank you. 2012. And I still have a hard time looking at golden retrievers. Because every time, I watched my dog get killed in front of me, like a movie.
No. I wouldn't be able to handle that. That's tough.
Yeah. So there was a lot more at that point going on. See, I'm getting all teary-eyed already.
Sorry.
He died 10 years ago now, and I miss that damn golden
I connect to
retriever.
pets on the other side as well.
Yeah.
I've done a lot of pet readings, and some of the stuff that I said, like, there's no way I would have known. And it's amazing. I actually love connecting to pets because I connect to them while here. So I think I connect to them even, on the other side as well.
See? And it's just like I said,
it's tough. I'm the same way. I think I've cried more over my pets than I have humans. Yeah. I don't know. I just connect to them. And they seem to find me.
Well, I was going to say, whenever you're ready to get going there, Rochelle, I know that there's probably some people in here going, come on now, shut up, get to the read. So we'll let you do the read, and then, like I said, and then we'll go into, and then Lewis can join us, and then we'll, like I said, we'll go over the different things that I personally followed with Delphi, and certain things that you've said where I'm like, oh, okay. So however you want to do it, whichever way. I'm all teary-eyed up now.
Sorry.
It's so hard. I don't even realize it, like I didn't realize, like, even just bringing that up for a second, I was going to be upset, just because it's, how, Rochelle, when you associate. So of course, the minute I even say his name, I associate back to watching him get hit.
Yeah.
It's
a little bit of PTSD, honestly. I think, PTSD isn't just it's from any traumatic moment you can have. And that's where, you get those memories back. It's tough. Yeah. I mean, that's a very, tragic, big thing. Yeah. So of course it's going to still affect you. I mean, there's things that I still have that kind of feelings about. So
yeah, it's, but anyway, so how would you like me to do this? Would you like me to turn off my cam? We'll
do that just so I'm not picking up anything from you.
Okay.
I'm not saying that I will, but never know. And I'm gonna pull up. I'm not gonna look at the chat, guys. So I'll try to answer questions at the end, just because it's distracting. So I'll take off the private. I've already cleared and everything. I've got to pull up a picture. When I did that reading in May, I concentrated most on Libby. Libby seems to be the spokesperson. She's the strongest. Abby's a little more standoffish. So I'm going to just try to reconnect to Libby. I think it's a lot easier to reach out to one than it is two. Although in my auto rights, I reached out to also the Iowa girls. I felt like there was some kind of connection there. And I've always kind of said that. So it's interesting that that's coming up now. So let me just pull up her picture because I work off of pictures to dial direct. So, all right. And I know they're always together, but I'm kind of just going to zoom in on Libby, see if I can... trying to get a good picture here. I don't know why. She's just the one that communicates the easiest. And I've asked her to please give me some good information tonight. So we'll see how that goes. I cannot promise anything, guys. Okay. I cannot promise. And I always say that. I cannot promise. We're going to see. We're going to see what happens. And hopefully I'm not led by anything that I already know. And I'm not really sure what else she has to say. because again, she did come to me last week as I was driving home and said that she wanted me to do another reading, and then this happened. So I'm just gonna see what the heck she has to say. Say it like that. And I scribble when I do this. It kind of puts me like in a meditative state, I guess is the best way to describe it. Just give me a minute as I'm connecting. The one thing I am getting, which is kind of weird, is she's blowing out birthday candles on a cake. Now, I don't know if this is a celebration for what's going on, or if she's talking about her birthday coming up, which it's weird that she's coming in with that. And again, they might give information on themselves to kind of validate. So keep that in mind as well. Okay, so I hear the words, yeah, caught him. But she also, again, goes back to showing me what she showed me before with a web, like a spider web. And I get the word connections. She also keeps taking me to the computer, to that profile, which was something, I picked way back up before you found anything out about it. But it's weird. This is kind of a weird vision she's showing me. So she takes me back to that computer, but she shows me a computer, but she shows me multiple people sitting down at that computer at different times. And it might not be that specific computer, but it's symbolic for maybe multiple people using that profile. But she says, I get the same thing. And I don't know, again, I don't know if this is going to be like a connected to more people, or if it's just going to bring light on the fact that I've always said there's a ring connected to this, which is kind of where I think she's going with this because of the spider web. And she's literally, I'm making a circle around connections on my paper right now for some odd reason. I think there's things about this guy that we don't know. It's one of those, like, he's not who people thinks he is. It really comes in like there's more to him than we know. Like, I always get double life. And that I'm getting that again. Like, there's a double life that he has led and is leading. But for some reason, she keeps telling me one more. Like, there was one more there, which is weird because it kind of doesn't make sense to me. But she keeps going like this, like one more. Like, she's giving me that. I'm not really sure what the candy connection is. She's giving me candy. I don't know. Like, I see like a candy shop with candy. I really don't know what that means. I don't know if it's symbolic or something, but she's giving me candy for some reason. So my chest is hurting really bad now all of a sudden. Like, you can't take I'm having a hard time taking a deep breath. I'm feeling a little nauseous as well. She keeps taking me back to the bridge. I keep seeing him walk down it. And I know it's an obvious thing, but I can't help what I'm being shown. And I don't know why she's showing me that. His shoes. She's talking about his shoes. I don't know if there's evidence on his shoes. If they have his shoes, there's something related to the shoes or the boots. Because I get that the ridged boots that's coming before, it's coming in again like they're important for some reason. And I'd be curious if there's not some kind of link again to RL, because that's coming in. And I don't know if she's just linking that because of the property, like it happened on his property, which is obvious, but it feels like there's a bigger link there. And I don't really know what it is. This feels, I hear the word bigger. It's bigger than just this guy. Although I do feel strongly, like, because she says got him, I feel like he's the one on the bridge, allegedly. His energy matches that person. Like that comes in pretty strongly, which I've been saying, like his energy matches, and there's a lot of information I've gotten that matches him. So I definitely feel allegedly that he's the right guy, especially since they gave me his name. So that there's something bigger with this church. I'm not really sure. I mean, I know he lived by one, but that's coming in again, but it's more like members of the church, or there's something bigger that connects to the church, which is like super odd. I know. I get that word brotherhood again. I get that all the time. Get that literally all the time. And it's repetitive, the far and wide remark. Again, though, I feel like this connects to not only, and this is what she's giving me, not only like a ring, but it's like other crime and things. I'm not really sure why I get that. Like, if there's people that are connected to this ring that are connected to, like, because I always get, like, besides his work, you know, there's another link to, like, drugs that comes in. Money that comes in. Why she keeps telling me one more? But who's the one more? Okay, so when things repeat, I just say them. Like when I say names, okay, so names, like I said, they can be connected to other cases, or they can be connections or here. But I keep hearing the name Steve, and I don't really know why that name's coming in. First, middle, or last, but that name's coming in. And if I don't say it, it will repeat. So I'm just gonna say it. I've heard that name a lot lately, which is weird. There's a Bob or Bobby that comes in, which I know Richard is the same thing. I'm not really sure. it's weird because they show me this guy, and then it's like they draw a line, like there's a link. I don't know, it's all really confusing, honestly. And I feel like she's shielding me from stuff. Like there might be some things like she doesn't want me to say or doesn't want me to know, because it feels like when I try to go into this other person, I feel like he's got dark hair though. Like that comes in like almost a black. It's either dark brown or black. It's pretty dark when I try to get into who's the dark haired person. It's weird. Like I feel like they're gonna this is gonna connect to other things. Like you keep going back to that profile and stuff, like and that's kind of always been something that the girls have always kind of said, like but I hear the words come to light. Like there might be some more stuff that comes to light about this. I hear the words lesser sentence, but I don't know who that's pertaining to. And then she gives me the number 3 and she circles it. And I've gotten that before. Like maybe 3 people that are connected to the profile that knew what happened, that know more. I hear the word shady past. Now, I don't know this guy, if she's saying this guy has a shady past, but it might be under a different name, because I've always gotten aliases and he does have a few. So I'm just wondering, like, this guy isn't who we think he is. Like, I know most people think that's how it comes across anyways. I could be perceiving that wrong. But, you know, most people just think that he's just like a pharmacy guy that just decided to do this one day. But I keep getting like there's a lot of darkness in him. And it may have been like he's really good at hiding it, because I get that like he could be 2 different people, which has always come in a lot. I hear the words, I want to say something to my family. I love you. So it's just something that she wants to say. I get the words judicial system, but I'm not really sure what she means by that. I'm not really sure about that. Getting kind of a huge headache now, which is just feeling spirit. Again, I hear ritual, which I've gotten before. But it's weird. I don't really understand why sometimes, like, I always feel like I am kind of taken away from the scene and then brought back, like, at nighttime. I don't even know if that makes sense, because I don't feel like this doesn't feel like something that was committed in the middle of the day, which is weird, because I've always gotten, and it's coming in again, like my hands are tied, or something like that. Like, I feel like she always shows me that they're tied up for a certain amount of time. I still get links to the dead, which is so weird. And I don't know. I don't understand that. I've never understood that, because I literally can hear his name in my head, and I'm not really sure why she's saying it. I get the name Andy. I also hear the word business. If it comes in like there's more to this. Like there's a bigger story. It doesn't feel like, I hear the word planned, followed, even like stopped, like stopped. And the bigger thing might just be like what this profile connects to and how many other people use it, or that kind of scenario. That's the one thing I'm trying to figure out, if there is more than just him at the bridge, which she keeps showing me one more, but I don't know what that means. And I keep seeing somebody with dark hair, but I don't get a good look at him. It's kind of very like his face is blurred out for some reason. I don't really know why. Like, there's a real darkness in this guy, and it's like he's good at hiding who he really is. And again, it feels like he's connected to other things throughout his life that were very that maybe no one really knows about. I get like a serial killer vibe, but I don't know if that's because he could be, like, he wanted to be one, or he, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know if he actually is one, or it's something that he like planned, or I don't know. It's kind of weird. Like he got off on the, and I still get the word message. Like, there was a message to all this because of the brutality of it. But it's almost like they show me the flash of a knife again. I always get something on the handle of the knife, because it's a specific knife. Almost, it kind of reminds me of a hunting knife. Like, it has like a serrated edge to it. So I get that a lot. I don't know why I get DNA. Not really sure about that. I don't know if he's if that's going to lead to someone else or something. I'm not really sure. And I've always gotten like more than one weapon, like a gun and a knife that's always come in. Like the gun is more for a control thing, but this was very personal. And I feel like this pent up like sexual frustration. I hope I'm allowed to say that. I also get the word rejection, which I've gotten before. I don't know who that other person is and why I'm picking him up. Because she keeps saying it's the right guy. But there's again this other guy I keep seeing with dark hair, which I've gotten someone with dark hair in the May reading. So it's kind of weird. I don't know if this is going to be done for them. But I get this kind of like sometimes I get a bench if there's an actual bench or it's a memorial, but I keep getting a bench. But what's weird is it's like there's a heart in the middle, and then I have Libby's name on one side and Abby's name on the other. So I don't know if that's something they're going to do. And it might be at the bridge because she takes me back to the bridge. So let's hang on to that because that might be something that gets done. So she gives me the word guilty. And she has me circle it. So again, I definitely like allegedly feel like this, but there's so much with this guy that like we don't know or understand. Like he's super dark, which I've always picked up. Like I think that's why his eyes look different sometimes. But he's almost like, he kind of reminds me of like Ted Bundy, how Ted Bundy was like charming and like nice and like you would never ever think. And then there's this other side that is just like raging to get out. So that kind of comes in. Like this is a huge rejection thing. Or it's almost like I feel, and this is kind of an obvious thing, but Libby kind of reminds me of his daughter. And I kind of get that link, which is like really weird and odd. But he's got some weird like fetishes stuff. And I always get that lawyer like with the suitcase or with the briefcase walking into court. And I really don't know. That's something that comes in. But again, they go back to the church, and their church gets repeated so much. I just don't know if there's some kind of something in this ring, like people from the church, or it's bigger than I hear the word more than meets the eye. Okay. I'm not going to say what I just saw. It's I'll try to describe it as gentle as I can. Behind her, the slashing and blood. So I'll just that's that. I've never seen that before. But I've always gotten the idea of it. But she just showed it to me for some reason. Like someone went behind her and did it. Like I don't think it was done from the front. It's kind of weird. But I don't know why I always feel like I'm tied up, or at least my hands are tied or something like that, which is weird because it's weird. Like I get a backpack, like almost like a murder kit. And it feels like it's hidden somewhere prior. I've never gotten that before, so that's kind of interesting. So I'm asking, like, why didn't he get rid of the evidence? Because I feel like there's evidence that was found. It's relive sick fantasy sort of thing. He's arrogant. I don't think he ever thought anybody was going to get caught, get onto him. But then like I said, there's links to like, it feels like there's links to like drugs and GK and that like Kokomo Boys group. Like I get that, and I don't really know what the links is, and I've always gotten that. But again, I don't know if it has to do with like a grooming type thing, and like a sex trafficking type thing, like that kind of vibes comes in, and that might just be what's connected to the, like, it might not be connected to their murder specifically, if you know what I mean, but connected to the profile and the people working off that profile. Like I feel like there's multiple profiles that are very similar to that one that multiple people use, but this guy, I get like a big like rejection and fantasy type of vibe. I don't know what the one more is, and I don't know who the like dark black haired guy is. I don't. It's like I keep picking up son and son-in-law, but I know he has one, and I don't know if that's what they're trying to show me. I don't know if he connects to anything. I'm not saying he does. I keep hearing those words, and I'm not really sure. Do I feel like Kagan and him know each other? Yes, definitely. I feel that. I feel like he's the one that gave him up. Like that's how it's always come in. There's something with July of next year that comes in, or next year specifically. It's like I get the beginning of the year and then it goes down to July. I'm not really sure why, but then I also get like December and Christmas time, because I see Christmas lights, which is usually either December or Christmas time, but I get that. So I get this, she showed me this several times, but it's like, the board, and then they put like the red lines that connect to things. Like the cops do that. Like I keep seeing that, and I've seen that a couple times. So I'm not really sure what she's like trying to say about that, other than the connection things. I feel like people knew about this. Like it comes across as like people knew about it. Like maybe even that might be why I'm getting like the Kokomo Boys and get GK and all that. Like they might have known who he was or known about it for some odd reason. Like they were there and they saw, or they know the guy, or there's some kind of connection there. And I get the drug connection again. Like I don't really think he was like recovering. I think he did what he wanted to do in the dark. And it's just I get him stealing medication and giving it to himself from his job. Like I see him like stealing pills and stealing stuff. And I always get like a syringe. Which I'm wondering now why she's bringing that up. If the girls were drugged, I'm curious if they found any syringe marks. Because the syringes come in before, but I feel like, and I'm wondering if this is how they were controlled. And if anything was in their system. Because he would have a way to get those drugs. And to get get something to sedate them. And maybe that's why there wasn't much of a fight. I am getting that feeling that he did something like that, because I also think he gave himself it, but he had it, and that's the first time I've ever gotten that before. So I'd be curious about that, like if anything was in their system for that. Another thing he shows me, I just wonder. about this tying up thing, but it's almost like I see him making the girls, like making one of the girls, I think it's Libby, making him tie Abby up. That comes in as well. That's the first time I've ever gotten that too. So that's kind of interesting. This guy's dark, you guys. He's like really, really bad. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't do this, either wanted to or did or planned to. There's an energy there of, like, he's so brutal. There's such a brutality to this. I don't understand. I don't understand Ron Logan's connection. I keep getting a connection to him. Again, it could be because they were found on the property, but again, it's kind of weird. I don't really know. I'm curious if they knew each other. Because I feel like this guy knows people, but people don't know that he knows them or something. This guy feels... I don't know how to explain it. Like, unless he's just thinking in his own mind that he's important, or he's thinking in his own mind that he's... I lost her picture. Hold on. Oh, I'm getting a really bad headache with this though. But it's weird. I've never seen that before. Like having like Libby tie up Abby. That's kind of weird. It's really weird. I don't know why I'm shown a blood moon. I don't know what that means. I've gotten that, I think, before. I get a heart with like a crack down the middle. Like maybe, you know, there's a broken heart somewhere. And I wonder, I get another link to Cody Patty, so I don't know if he knew him or what. Like, it's weird. Like, I still get family links, but I don't really know why I'm getting that. Seriously, I don't. And it's not that I'm not saying the family is involved in any way, because I've never gotten that, but I feel like there's somebody that, like, that's how they kind of found the girls. It's really weird. And I've gotten him before. Like, I've got him a lot. But it's weird. I get the word lurking, and I feel like he lurked. And I feel like he's gonna go down for this. She always told me justice would be served, and I don't know if that's the whole story. Like, everybody that's connected to this I feel like there's gonna be more arrests though, but it's gonna be for stuff connected to this. Like I said, like a ring of some sort, like, because I get that web. I get like, she shows me like the spider web, and she's always said it was a web, and there's like a lot of moving parts and a lot of connections in that way. And I think people are going to be surprised. Like, it's going to be big, like connections to possibly people that are important. I hear clergy members. I've gotten that a lot, and I don't really know why. She keeps going back. I hope I'm understanding, because when things repeat, they're either important or I'm not perceiving it right, or they just want to make it like the whole thing with the, like, her having to tie Abby's hands. Like, I'm wondering, and the like the syringe and the drugs like keep coming up, but I feel like, I kind of feel like maybe it was done to me, and that's maybe now how he controlled them. But it's weird. I feel like there's a waiting period for some odd reason. And like, it's like, you know, they went missing during the day, but I get this happen more like evening, night. And I don't know if like they checked this area and like they weren't there, because I really don't know the details around it. Because he didn't want to be seen, right? So it's like, I feel like I'm taken away and brought back, and I've always felt that. But I still get like this, like there was a bag that was hidden or something, because it's almost like I see him change clothes, like change his shirt or something, or it's It's kind of weird. Like there's stuff stashed before, like because this was planned. This wasn't like and he tracked their movements. There's a feel of I'm tracking someone. I don't know if any of this was making sense. Like the brutality of this is not it's like overkill, you know. It's an overkill thing. I wonder if he's going to get the death penalty. It's weird. Like they show me someone hooked up to an electric chair. So I don't know if that's, I don't even know if they do that anymore. It could be symbolic. It's kind of weird that that's coming in. I'm not really sure. There's something she's hanging. She's showing me his boots again. Like there's blood on it, DNA on it, something on the boots. You guys remember things come in puzzle pieces? So that's just the puzzle pieces have to be slid together, which is what the girls always told me. You hear the words, "I miss my sister." So I don't know if they were close. She says her sister has guilt about it. I've gotten this before, but she shows me a diary again. Like, I don't know if she wrote things down in a diary. I don't know if the family even has it or what, but there was stuff written down. Like, this is a major, and I've said this before it came out, but this was a major catfish thing. Like, I really feel like Abby or Libby, like, was really into this guy. But she was talking to several people. Like, it was just several people on one account. It's kind of weird that I keep getting that. She says naive. She says I was naive. I should have known better. Don't understand the dangers of the internet, she said. Those are her words. There's and I feel again that there's more girls that were talked to in this, which I know that's obvious, but I'm just going to tell you guys what I get. I'll always say it if I get it. This is going to be surprising if this all comes out. She says this is just the beginning. Why am I getting their jerseys? Wonder if their jerseys were put up somewhere. I don't know if they're school or something like that. I see their jerseys, you know how like in a glass, you have, they reminded me when people pass away that play sports and they have their jerseys up on a wall in like glass. Like I keep getting that. That's the first time I've ever gotten that too. So that's kind of interesting. I don't know why I hear the word jailhouse snitch and what that has anything to do with it. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty. Just remember that, guys. I have to say that. I don't know if she was reminding me to say that because I don't know. Hey. KK might connect to all these people like I'm talking about, like the Kokomo boys and all that. Like it feels like there's a link from him, and all of that. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I don't know. I hear the words Delphi corrupt. That doesn't mean everybody, okay? That could just mean some people. I get this number lot 17. It's coming in again. It's repeating. So I'm just going to say it. Stuff repeats until I say it. It won't shut off. I don't know if that's the 17th of a month or really what the connection is. But it would make kind of sense because of the interconnect with Kylie that I had. I'm getting the name Leslie, which is like super weird. Let's hang on to it. Okay, so I'm trying to get more. Sorry about my dogs, guys. No, it's okay. Kind of weird. She shows me a white rabbit. I'm not really sure what that's about or what it symbolizes. No idea. No idea. Trying to see, guys, because the information kind of just slowed down for some reason. The web can be symbolic for like the internet's called the web. I was just that kind of just came to mind as well. Like I don't. It's weird. Like I don't know if anymore. It's not really coming across that like a whole, like they were like a whole bunch of people was involved in the them getting their lives being taken itself, but it feels like it like that profile and stuff like does connect to bigger things. Like this does connect to bigger things. Like that's how it comes across. And but again, I keep seeing that like dark-haired person. It's kind of weird. And this guy, I feel like he's gonna try to say like people like voices told him to do it. He might have some mental illness because I've always gotten that. Like, it's almost like I hear like voices telling him to do things. So schizophrenic, or he just might want to say that. But that kind of comes in. I always get like this kind of multiple personality feeling. Not that he necessarily has that, but it's just like different. Like he can be different people. I really. That white truck always comes in, so I don't know if he had a white truck that was working at the time that he drove over there, because I don't feel like he drove I feel like it's a different vehicle that was driven or something. I keep getting Kagan, like he's a direct link to all this, but I feel like because they have him, like more is gonna come out because of that. I don't know. Like it's gonna shed light on a lot of stuff. That's the way it comes in, anyways. I'm trying to get more. There's not much else coming in, honestly. don't know what else more they could say. Something about the weapon. She's saying like murder weapon, like I don't know if they found it or if there was just one or multiple or exactly how that fits. I don't know why she's bringing that up. Kind of weird. I'm not really sure. I think that's all I'm getting, honestly. I don't think I'm getting anything else. This just feels like a demonic feel to this, or dark, or I always felt that, but it's like just the way things are done. Like I feel like there's a message in all of it. And again, I've gotten this before, like something engraved into a tree. Like I get that too. Again, like things will repeat if they're important, and I've gotten that a lot, so I don't know if it's her initials or someone else's initials or really what that's about. I'm not really sure. I think that's it, guys. Honestly, I'm not getting anything else. It kind of just, the information kind of just stopped.
Okay.
So.
Nope. You know what? I was gonna say that was good enough, and didn't want you to overdo it. I kind of felt like I heard the cue, and Lewis heard the cue, and he'll be here in a second as well. There he is. There he is. Hey, Louis.
Hey, how are you?
Hi.
I just felt like I heard
Trying to cut off the other thing, so give me a second.
Okay.
It let me join before I could actually mute the live. There we go. That's better.
Welcome, Louis.
How are you?
Good.
And welcome.
Yes. So thank you, of course, Rochelle, for doing that. And I was watching people what they were saying in chat along the way. The one thing that stood out towards the end there, I'm just going to start right there for a second, is because I don't honestly know if you know this, but there was like a white bunny rabbit that was left at the crime scene.
I didn't. No.
Technically the crime scene, okay? Because I just want to make sure that
I had no idea about that, so that's really good validation for me. I had no idea. I'm like, why am I seeing a white bunny rabbit? Like that's so.
Yeah, well, like I said, I wanted you to do the read, of course, and then we could talk about things that to me fell in line. Now, can you remind everyone too, like some people that don't understand, is that you did a reading back in May, and so although certain things are coming out now, there's things that were done, you've said back then, that were not, obviously into the future in a sense, then you're hearing things now. So hindsight is always our best weapon in a sense, because sometimes you say things and they don't make sense, but then hindsight, and the more that goes to a story again, then hindsight tells you, oh, hey, hit that point or hit that point. Now, what I'm going to say, what somebody said to me, another psychic medium, was that typically a psychic is about 80% correct. That's usually about the average. Would you agree with that?
It's 80 to 90. Depending on how we're gifted. It's one of those things where I mean, I've never been tested, so I can't tell you what my accuracy is, but that's about what they say, 80 to 90 something percent. Yeah.
Well, again, if you've had repeat customers for a long time, I'll just say this. I'd never personally, and I've probably been read maybe 10 times in my life total. I tell you, I would never go back to somebody if they sucked. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I have a lot of repeat. Yeah, I have a lot of repeat customers.
Who did you're at 95% there? But yeah, and CD. Let me just quickly say this. CD's in the house. Love you, CD. He's been under the weather, and so prayers for healing for you, CD. CD's a retired police officer. Love him to death. He's just he's one of those people, Rochelle, just a straightforward shooter, speaks his mind, and just a genuine great person, so just like I said, knowing that he's sick and whatever, prayers to him and his family, and get better and heal up. So is there anything else you wanted to say, Rochelle, or do you want Lewis or myself to interject and say what we thought or anything?
No, I mean, some of the stuff is repetitive. Like, they do repeat a lot, and they've repeated things throughout the years. And whenever things are repeated, it just means it's important. And I'll never say anything unless I get it. So it's being said to me once again for me to kind of get it. And there's some new stuff that came tonight that I've never gotten before. And again, like, I always try to stay away from the facts. I don't know really any facts of the case. I've always tried to stay away. As long as I'm going to continue working on a case, I don't like to know anything about it, because I feel like it can taint your reading. And so I don't like to do research, and I don't like to do any of that. So as far as like you're telling me with the crime scene, I don't know crap about the crime scene. Really, I'm just going off of what I've been given throughout the years from Spirit. And then like they kind of repeated some stuff tonight, but they always do that. It's like, okay, I'm going to repeat it if it's like super important, because it needs to be like continued brought up. And so I just go, well, it must mean something. Like the church, I think, means something bigger than he just lived next to the church. There's something there that's bigger, but I just don't know what it is.
I'm not sure where, to be honest, the church falls into all this. I know people have claimed pastures and this stuff along the way, but I don't honestly know where. Well, let me put it this way. Have you ever seen what the cryptic note from this channel? Somebody, I don't know if other people might have shown it around, but it's a cryptic note. I call it the cryptic note. It was something that Anne, she was helping me with back over a couple of years ago. And she asked me how she could help. And I was like, can you go check out the Paladinos? And I think I said Mark. And then well, I just had heard about these Paladinos. And I kept thinking, why do I keep hearing about the Paladinos? So Anne went and checked out. And then she was, sleuthing around, comes back. And then she brings this note. Now she knows who my POI was. And so this note, I called it the cryptic note right away, because as soon as I seen it, it was just like it's like kid drawings, like pictures. Mm-hmm. And it would mean nothing to nobody. That just had, like, for instance, it would mean nothing to nobody besides a scribbled piece of paper with some stuff on it. Now there is a cross on it. So like I said, I don't know where in the church is, but possible.
Yeah. And it comes in a lot, and it's come in a lot throughout the years, the whole church kind of connection, which is really odd to me. And I still don't know where it fits, other than, if this is some kind of pedo ring where people are connected to different profiles, we never know who's in the church that's using that. Like, I mean, look at the Catholic Church, and this is not to knock the Catholic Church, but I mean, throughout the years, we've seen. So yeah. It's one of those things, like, you never know. Like, there might be something that connects to the church that eventually that we'll find out that we don't know about now.
Yeah. Just trying to find a picture that I want to send to myself.
That's okay. And just like I'm saying, like, his name, like, we didn't know that was going to click either, and it did. So
yeah.
I'll jump in for a minute while you're looking for that, though, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. First off, the reason I sent your video over to Sunny is because I've watched your other videos, and the one back in May, and I've not heard you bring it up since then, but the one thing that caught my attention was the blue eyes. And that's because everything from the beginning has been the person does not have blue eyes. And in that reading,
they're like a hazel, greenish yellow color. Yeah.
But in that May reading, you came up with he has blue eyes. And the gentleman that they just arrested has blue eyes. And that's where I put that connection together. I've not seen you bring that up since the reading, but that was what locked me into your reading being very accurate. When I heard the blue eyes now, I went back and I remembered when I watched yours back in May. and I had to go dig it up again and then send it to Sunny, because that's what hit home with me.
Well,
And that's where I think you were onto something with that.
It's weird because I've gotten I think his eyes kind of change. It's weird. Sometimes they look darker, sometimes they look lighter. It's more like a hazel color. And I remember in that reading I got like a green with like yellow, but then I also got a blue. So I think it's like I've gotten it in, and I was always told, because I said that a long time ago, no, he has brown eyes. FBI says he has brown eyes. And I'm like, no, he doesn't. Because it's been coming in that he has lighter eyes for a long time. And so when I saw that picture, I was like, well, holy crap, there it is. There's his light eyes. You know? So yeah, that was one thing that I was kind of adamant about, and everybody's like, no.
Yeah.
2 secs there. So Michelle.
Yeah.
In front of you, I just sent this to myself. So it's not my best picture, but it's one that I took just quickly. Right here is the bunny rabbit ear, 2 eyes right here. There's like a headphone set, whatever, on the bunny rabbit. There's a camera right here, which I'll show you a better picture later. I'm not really sure what's around the neck. Anyways, this thing here is the bunny rabbit ear and the bunny rabbit in this section right there.
I see it. How odd.
Yeah. So this is up a little bit closer. To show you that this is the headphone set. There is a headphone set that's on the bunny rabbit. Again, we'll call this alleged, okay, just for the sake of it. People can, again, deem what they want out of anything. Everyone has their own opinions or thoughts. I'm just showing you what, for me, Rochelle, connections and the crime scene. I always felt like the crime scene would have a lot of answers to it. And so that's why I always have dived into pictures and photographs and stuff like that. I did it since the beginning of time, since I even came over here. And so, yeah, and the connections. So one of the things that struck me is in the reading I was listening to the other night, was that let me pull it up actually. So where is it? Did I bring it in? Maybe I didn't bring it in yet. Right here. Okay. So there is something with the name Lancaster. It's a road, town, county, or something. Lancaster, let me explain that. Lancaster is just not a word you hear. Lancaster. It's just not. So I had a psychic medium who worked on the case back in 2019. She reached out to me because she felt like that I was the closest to what she felt mimicked, in a sense, what was coming to her as a medium. So she had reached out. And, you know, the funny thing is that this word stuck in my head. And so let me tell you something strange. You said the word Andy during this read tonight.
Yeah.
She also said the word Andy later, like in a few sentences down from this as well. But definitely Lancaster. And it was so strange because when I looked up Ashley Garth, it said that she had lived in Lancaster, California. I don't think that was accurate, but I don't really know either. But that's not the strangest part. The strangest part to me would be that when I went and checked up Derek, which is the father of Libby, because nothing against the family, like we've always said, but was this a revenge motivated based thing against Derek, perhaps? You know, was it a drug, like a drug retaliation, leaving a message, perhaps, like I've said. So when I went to go look up Derek, and I've looked him up multiple times on Intellius, right down there in all the emails is the name and Andrew Lancaster. So both Andy and so when you look him up, he goes by the name Andy, but Andrew Lancaster. Now, I don't know, although I, of course, stalked him like I had done in pretty much everybody else. I don't know where a connection lies there.
Yeah.
I thought it was very interesting. As soon as I heard you say Lancaster, I was like, she didn't pick that out of her ass because,
I never do.
you know, because it's not something I very rarely have ever talked about that. So unless you're psychic, no, just kidding. You wouldn't have known to go look for that video, especially if you don't really watch this channel or didn't know too much about the channel in the first place. But it's something very rarely I've ever said, and probably more like once or twice, if ever, at some point. But so that right there, when I heard you say Lancaster, I was like, okay.
Yeah.
And so for me,
Weird.
that's not a word. It's not like you go Steve or David or Michael, Paul, Jim, Bob, whatever, right?
Well, even Kagan too, when I got that, it's not like a name that is very popular. That's the first time I ever heard it.
Well, I was going to say, because that's my POI, not Kagan Klein, a different Kagan. His name is KD. KD as his initials. And so, go ahead.
No, I was going to say there can be multiple meanings to a name, just like I was with the Lancaster thing and connecting today. Yeah.
Well, and that's correct. So out here in Vancouver, Canada, you don't hear a lot of these names. Like, you don't hear this name like Emily Ann all day long like you do. You don't hear this name. Well, Michaela is a kind of a common name, but there's certain names I noticed in the Indiana area, because that's exactly what I look at is the Delphi, is all these names. And Keegan is not one of them that you hear too often. And so I'm not kidding you. These Keegans have Keegan's friends. There's, a Kagan Knopf that's, to the family. There's just Kagans all over the place. Or some people say Kagan, some people say Keegan. Okay.
I never heard it till I got it that day.
Yeah. And
I was
so
like, what is this?
when it came out as another Keegan, I was like, you gotta be shitting me. You gotta be shitting me, people. Like, seriously, you guys literally have to be playing a joke on me that the same POI, my POI, is freaking the same name as the guy that they're freaking announcing. And of course, the channels that I don't respect, which whatever, the ones that, try to shit on people that have intuitiveness and stuff like that, we ignore them. But by the same token, it's just kind of like, they tried saying that I was switching my POIs and all of a sudden I'm saying it's this. Nope, never. But I'm just like, come on, like, really, like, what are the chances? So another thing that struck me in that reading was you said the initials and then you started saying R and then you said, and then I get a J. And then you said junior, whatever, with a briefcase. You were talking about a lawyer. You were talking about a briefcase. Well, this is where I wish I could have Tierra on right now, because there's this dude, and I don't mind calling him out because he's a piece of crap too. We'll call him a POC, not a piece of corn, but he's a piece of crap. And his name is Jason Ramsland. And Jason Ramsland is a lawyer. And Tierra will be the first one to tell you what a slime ball is. And when she talks about the sex ring and sex club, who knows exactly where the associations fall into all that? Because this is something from a couple years ago. But so if anyone's ever looked at the PDF file from the site that I've put up with Tierra's website, on her Facebook, she has a conversation. Now, hindsight told her it was Fouts she was having the conversation with. But the whole time, she thought it was Jason Ramsland. And so the first part of that conversation starts off as, so how's the wife? And he's like, things are getting better. Because obviously he cheats on his wife all the time too. Slimeball. Hey, Fouts, Slimeball. And anyways, so JR struck me as lawyer, as just perhaps, Jason Ramsland, because Tierra has talked many times about these names and about the interconnect that possible, we'll call them possible, ties to this ring. And a couple years ago, I was trying to theorize about, like, near the start. I was like, how is this playing out? Is it one person? Couldn't make sense of one person, especially with a crime scene that has ample evidence of physical evidence and a time frame. And even though I think that the truth will be told about the time frame and stuff like that, then I thought, okay, well, Judge Fouts. She's talked about Judge Fouts, and trust me, I talked to Tara, and I still talk to the mistress of Judge Fouts, and but Tara is more of a willing, like, if I, trust me, if I could have her here tonight, I would, because she could probably recognize a lot more names, because this is going to, a big interconnect in a sense, and the stuff that I know that the mistress has said to me too, naughty Judge Fouts. But
that could be the clergy connection. Someone mentioned that today. Could it, instead of a church clergy,
right?
Yeah.
Because
clergy
with the mistress, so she met him at some sort of event, some sort of like fair, like a lawyer or something fair. He's, according to her, she was walking around kind of all by herself, and this older gentleman, Fouts, came up to her basically and asked her if she was okay, and da. Well, next thing you know, he, takes her home, and all she knew of him in her mindset, because she's 11, was this nice older man, right? Whereas hindsight says that it was probably more of a preening thing going on. So they had a relationship. And there's some really twisted things with that. I'm not going to get into too much detail, but just to say that dungeons, I don't know, crazy shit. But like one day, if she ever wants to tell her story, I always told her that I will always, if she doesn't ever want to tell it, then she doesn't have to.
Yeah.
If she does and she wants to be a voice, but right now, and I love you very much, and her life is on track. She has her kids, and this really has traumatized her. This whole, because there's a timing there as well. See, I don't know if you know this, but on the 13th of February of 2017, Fouts decided Ashley Garth's case, which was supposed to be on the 16th for just a speeding violation or whatever. And it was that same Sunday that he bailed mistress out of the jail. And so he had taken a couple of days off, and they were to go and see her. But when he bails her out of jail, mistress, all of a sudden, all over the news is about these girls that are missing. And she swears that, like, he had a jacket like that too, and it was just like there's a lot more around that as well. So I am at the point where, like I said, I'm just willing to wait and see what all transpires. Whatever hindsight will tell us, eventually, hopefully most of the story, or at least a good chunk of it. But things like that stuck out. One second, Lewis, is there anything else for you that really hit home with you as well?
Well, I mean, I've watched more than one of her videos, but picking up on those names the way you did and watching when you came up with them back in May, and then, of course, the eye thing, those were the things that actually really made me look deeper into your readings. And then I saw afterwards you came up with some compilation stuff that I went back to your May thing before that. But when you touched on the thing with the church, I don't think church, because you kept saying dark also. I think more like a group or like a small cult type group is what I see when I think about it. And I didn't know if maybe you read something into that and it just didn't hit when you were doing the reading. But looking back, did you see something maybe along those lines, since it looked really dark to you?
I think I've gotten cult and like brotherhood and stuff like that. Like, there's a lot of Satanism and demons and stuff that I picked up. And someone told me, I don't know if it's true or not, that like his dad used to be a pastor, or his dad connects to the church or something like that. And so sometimes people go the opposite direction. I don't know if that's involved or not, but yeah, I mean, it could be, because it's a symbol. It could be a symbolism thing.
Yeah.
So it could be like, yeah, definitely some kind of, cult or brotherhood, or I get brotherhood a lot. So
and you've brought that phrase up before, so that's why I wonder if maybe looking back on the reading, if that tied in together as more of a dark, looking at as it being a church and not really a holy type thing, but some other sort of.
It can mean, I mean, it could have multiple meanings. I mean, there could be people that are connected to the church that are that are involved in this ring type thing, because it's weird. I did not know what the candy shop was that I was getting right now. That's the first time I've ever gotten that. Well, I Googled it right now because it was driving me crazy.
Yeah.
It's actually a video about a fairy tale about the sexual exploitation of children.
Yeah.
So I didn't know that. So that's interesting to me that that's what that film is about, and that came in. Just their way of symbolism. So, another thing I kind of always wondered, because I've kind of seen before, like the robes, like a black robe type thing. Like, it kind of reminds me of like Illuminati. I know it's like a conspiracy thing, but that kind of like what it reminds me of. Or I can't remember what the name of that belief system is, that like Odin and that kind of thing.
Yeah, and that's come up in this before. It's been mentioned. So that's why I wondered if maybe it was more of a darker end of the church that you saw, not really a church, but more like a ceremony type thing.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's possible.
Yeah.
It's I don't know. It's weird. Like, I don't really know what they mean by it. And things can be symbolic, so we kind of have to. It could have multiple meanings to it,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's really weird. But this guy, I mean, he's really dark. And what's weird is, like, right now I couldn't really see anybody around him. It doesn't mean that there isn't anybody around him, because I felt there was other people. But I don't know if that's just like in the area, or, they know about it. Like, that's one thing that's not really clear, and I'm not really sure why.
That was the other thing I wanted to ask you about. Is it maybe that you're picking up on multiple personality?
It's possible. Yeah. And that's what I'd wondered too. Like, in my readings, I kept getting different looks and different aliases, which he does look different in a lot of his different pictures. And he does have different aliases. So it is possible. Cause like I picked up a lot of like demons, like him hearing voices and stuff like that. Okay. So it's possible. I mean, I don't know. I'd be curious if he doesn't try to pull that in court,
Yeah.
The multiple personality kind of thing. But it's just weird. And what's weird, I've always kind of got a son or a kin connection, and I don't really know what that's about either.
Right.
And I kept seeing the dark hair. I saw the dark hair in May too, but I don't know who it is. It's like the girls don't want to show me certain things for whatever reason.
Yeah. The son-in-law had dark hair.
Yeah. Which I'm wondering, because I heard that they were close, and I got the dark.
There's one picture of them together that's sort of disturbing, but yeah.
Yeah, because I got the dark hair in like May, and then so I hadn't even seen him yet.
Right.
And then when I saw, I was like, huh, that's kind of odd.
Did the son-in-law's picture actually fit what you saw back in May?
I only saw the hair, just like tonight. It's kind of weird. And a wider nose, like in the front. Yeah. But it's weird, like I don't see his face clearly. So I don't know if this is something that he would have done or not, but it's weird. This is the first time I've gotten the whole drug thing tonight. Him maybe drugging them, which would kind of make sense if he works at a pharmacy. That's the first time I got that.
Yeah.
And it's weird because I feel like there's a time frame like where he got the girls, and it was like the waiting period.
Okay.
Like almost like the cover of night is what it what it feels like.
Gotcha. Well, that sort of fits some things, but
Yeah. Well, so what's in front of you is a cryptic note, but Rochelle.
Yes.
So my thing was this. Like I said I wouldn't talk about it until after you've done your read, and then we can kind of compare notes.
That symbol, real quick, that crescent moon. I've gotten that crescent moon before, and the star too. It's kind of weird because I actually just got that in Merced 4, but the crescent moon is interesting seeing that there.
Yeah, I heard you say crescent moon on
multiple times. It's come in multiple times.
Yeah. So back, like I said, back in the early thing, I didn't really know the story. Again, my POI was always someone named KD, Keegan, and I won't say his last name.
I think I heard about him in the very beginning. Something about the tennis shoes or something like that. No? Different guy? Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah. It's okay. So this is, so I never really cared about the storyline whatsoever. I wasn't even planning on being here over 2 years later. Sometimes I wish I wasn't, and other times I wish I was. At the end of the day, as a whole, I had to find the balance of darkness versus goodness, in a sense, and realize that that helping others, which I've always done, but usually I've stayed away from the darkness of life because it's very draining and it's very hard on the heart. So I had to find the balance from the Suzanne Morphew case, because I went in strong, and it's like you're getting all these things right away, and then it's kind of like at the end of the day, like the story with her really much fell in line with what I said near the start. It's just that there was all these little side things that happened as well, but I felt like the gist of the thing was there. I felt instantly that Barry Morphew murdered his wife. It was like someone opened up their mouth and you were just like, you better shut that right now, mister, you freaking liar. But anyways, then I thought I would take a break from that case and come over and just, hey, I remembered the Delphi was the first one. It's the actually only reason why I'm here today is because I made the mistake at the time, I felt, of clicking on it. Because see, back when I was in my 20s, I stopped reading the newspaper, stopped listening to the news, didn't care, because all that was just darkness about kids dying, people killing them, their wives, husbands. It was just negative. And that's not the lifestyle that I lived around. So I got tired of it and I just brushed it all aside, but I still didn't stop me from watching my 48 hours and, or the John Edwards medium shows and stuff like that. Right. And so when I clicked on, I was watching something on YouTube, and then I just happened to see the Delphi come up to the right side on the screen, how it has a list of things down. And I'm just like, I see this bridge and I see these two girls on it. I'm like, oh, what's this? And I'm literally going, don't click, don't click, don't click, don't click. Yeah. And so then I started just reading a little bit about it. The only thing I could probably tell you at that point in time in my life was 2 girls murdered. They haven't found this person on the bridge. That's all I really knew about it. I looked a little at it and I was like, 2 sketches? The heck is this? Freaking old guy, young guy, 2 sketches, and they don't. And I just felt that the little bit that I read, that Ellie obviously was all over the map. And no wonder these people were confused. So see you later. Have a good day. Suzanne Morphew's case came up, and I was like, what? Mother missing? Mother's Day? No. Husband's away. Daughters are away. Yeah. She goes missing off of a bike. So I started.
Was not away.
Yeah. And so I started following that story, but in my mind, always stayed with me the Delphi case. And so I decided I was going to take a break from Suzanne Morphew's. I do a lot of tribute videos, just because it makes my heart feel good to put something out there for people that really care about these cases, and that I can create something that people can have, like, a memory of, whether it's a family member or whether it's just somebody that really cares about the case. Here's a little beautiful video about said person that's either been killed or missing or whatever.
Yeah.
I did it with Summer Wells, the little one, like I just AWP. I've done it for Lauren Sharf from Fox News at the time. I think she left not too long ago here. But anyways, I just like to create stuff like that. But I was like, okay, let me go look at this person that's on the bridge that 2.5 years or 3 years later, whatever the heck it's been, 3 years later, basically, that someone can't solve, and they got an audio and they got this person and nobody can solve it. Really? Like, are you crazy? Like, that seemed weird from a small town that nobody could say, even it didn't matter. You could tell it was a big case or something, right? It just seems strange. So I was like, so it was bugging me. And then I was just like, well, I'm just going to go take some pictures of this guy because nobody obviously is turning him in for his jacket or the way he walks or for his clothes or anything. It just seemed ridiculous to me that they could have all this, more than they have in most cases out there, and yet nothing. So I didn't know about that side of it, the story side. So I started taking pictures, and I was like, I'm just going to look at his face, and I'm going to take pictures of him, his face, and everything else. I'm going to see what I can do, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, bottom line is that I had a conversation with Gonzo, a good friend of mine.
I know him.
Yeah, Gonzo.
I talk to him a lot. Yeah.
Absolutely. Love Gonzo.
Through Suzanne. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And so Gonzo, we were talking and I said, hey, Gonzo, I'm just looking at this Delphi case. And then he's like, yeah, that's a crazy one, eh? And I'm like, yeah, like what's up with the sketches? And that's when he mentions Garrett Kurtz. Now, I didn't know who Garrett Kurtz was actually, because he's like, yeah, and then there's that guy, Garrett Kurtz, that killed 2 guys, or killed 2 people in 2019. And I'm like, oh, you don't say? And the girls just happened to die on Ron Logan's land. Like, there's something wrong about that picture. Like, what? Like, I don't get it, because there's obvious. So I felt like there was a connection somewhere, regardless.
I kind of feel like there is too. I'm having a hard time not connecting him. I don't know if he knows this guy, or I still get, and it's weird because I've been getting that Ron Logan connection. I'm not saying that he was definitely involved in the murders. I don't know if I'm getting it because of the land, but it's kind of weird. It's like I get that, and I get Garrett Kurtz. Like, I've gotten those connections, and the Kokomo Boys, like all those connections, and I don't understand. So I have heard that KK does connect to those people. So I don't know if that's true or not, but
I was gonna say, so Garrett Kurtz, so he said Garrett Kurtz. So I went and looked at Garrett Kurtz like a week later. No, I went to look at him that day just to see who he was. I quickly brought him into my program because I was already looking at Eldridge and all those other people. Brought him into my program. I was like, no, he's not the bridge guy. Then I brought his friend in, KD. So it became about that. But my point was is that after I decided I wanted to know more about the storyline, I'm tired of looking at the BG. I want to know more about the storyline. Like, what happened to these girls? Why were they murdered? This doesn't make sense to me. What happened? So I go to Open Secrets. And that's the next thing I come across was Open Secrets. So you have GK, Garrett Kurtz. You have Chris Mathis. Chris Mathis is talking about that he wishes Garrett Kurtz would tell the whole story. It would be sweat off his back. Look what happened in Delphi, etc. Garrett Kurtz is bringing in names like Sheena Cottrell. He's bringing in names like Nick Edwards, Michaela Babcock, and Tamsin Michaels. So he's bringing in these names. And he also says that Jason Palladino had something to do with Nicole's murder, but he doesn't use the name Jason directly in the video. He uses it when he says that he heard that Jason Palladino was one of the people from Delphi, but he doesn't connect him. He doesn't say his name with regards to Nicole in Open Secrets video. He says it in another statement on, an article. Okay, but so I already knew when he said that it was an executive decision that was referring to Nicole. So I always felt like these 3 were intertwined. Ray Hanish, you've heard of that case, right? Ray Hanish?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so Ray Hanish, Nicole Bowen, and then we had Delphi. Now,
I mean, I got Bowen. I got her name in the auto rights.
And
a Shack. Yeah.
Did
So
you,
I got
did you get the last name Bowen, or did you get the full name?
just Bowen.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
there's another Bowen that's popped up too.
Yeah, I got the last name, but I also got the Shack, and I've also gotten the J a lot, J, and I did get a P. So it's interesting when I saw those, and
Well,
I've gotten the name Marcus too. Like I've gotten a lot of these names and initials that I hear, and I just don't know the connection. I'm just
Well, I want to talk about the cryptic note right in front of you, but let's just add everyone to stream. Hey, Adam. And hi, Jamie. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for having me up. I'm sorry my voice sounds like shit. I think everybody is sick right now.
Here, let me just take this off the screen for a sec, and I'll bring us all like this on there. Hey, Adam.
Hey, sorry.
hey, how are you?
Did you fall asleep? You look tired.
I do.
He
Yeah, I
does.
fell asleep.
It's all good, buddy. If you would have not have made it, that would have been fine. You didn't message me, so I just didn't bother message you. I figured you fell asleep probably. It is later than normal. Anyways, welcome to the live. And Adam,
Can I go ahead and say a couple of things that stuck out to me with Rachel's Delphi reading?
Sure.
She said that she started attracting gingers, and that piqued my interest, right? And then another thing she said was she got a connection to Panama City Beach, and Keegan and his dad, they have a connection there.
I didn't say that.
You didn't?
I don't recall that either, but
No.
hey, if you did. Where did you hear? What was the connection that you heard, Jamie?
Well, I know that she said Keegan first, and then when I thought she said something about Panama City Beach, because I know that I've seen that they would I guess vacation there or travel there or something, but maybe it was somebody else I heard say that.
Yeah, it wasn't me.
But she said she attracted gingers, and Abby was a ginger.
Yeah, there's a connection to redheads that came in a lot in the
I went down this
old
whole
Alright.
redhead fetish like rabbit hole at one point in time.
I'm not a ginger.
Yeah, I know. I think his mom actually has, because I was getting his mom, had red hair, and she actually did at one point. It goes like red, strawberry, blonde kind of.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that was interesting because that came in one of the first auto writes, and so there's something, but it's weird. It's like I always felt Libby was it's like a 2-for-1. It kind of came in that way, and that Libby was always the one that he was after, and Abby was just there with her. Like that's kind of how it always came in. But it's just weird because I did get the whole redhead kind of thing.
Right.
But that might be a completely different case, like a redheaded murders, like the way that my interconnects work. I mean,
Jordan Silver had red
he
hair.
could have been like angry at Libby for being the bad influence on Abby that was changing her, that he didn't like. I don't know. Because I have red hair, I've attracted some weird, like redhead fetish people.
Well, it's trippy because, like, I got tie-dye multiple times, right? And so it turns out that Libby loved tie-dye. It turns out that they used the tie-dye for their shirts, right? And this was before any of this came out that I got this. It was repeated again. His daughter wears tie-dye. He wears tie-dye. Like, it's just like a weird kind of thing. And I don't know if you've seen his daughter, but his daughter looks a lot like Libby. It's a little trippy.
Isn't that trippy?
Why does he have the name Abby on his Pinterest? I mean, that's very sus.
Even though it's spelled differently. Notice that?
Yeah, it is spelled different.
And maybe he has some sort of dyslexia or some kind of thing that he doesn't like maybe spell things correctly. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I just pick up something that makes him insecure about himself. And I don't know if it's like
it's called small D syndrome.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that too.
And I know sometimes when I type the word Abby on my phone, it just autocorrects automatically to the other spelling.
Yeah.
And so I'll have to go back in and change it to, with a Y.
Yeah.
But no, like Jordan Spear, she had red hair, and that's an unsolved case.
I've heard about that. I've had a couple people send me that. I've actually got Jordan a lot in the past, so it's kind of interesting. I mean, it's so hard to say that not, because with my auto rights and my interconnects, I could have been picking up a completely different serial killer. But
we got the letter J.
I sure did pick up a lot of serial killer vibes with him, and I don't know if that's just what he wanted to be, or there's just that feeling like he could do this more than just one time if he wanted to. Just because of how violent it is. There's a lot of things that people aren't going to realize about. Like this is the reason why this is so weird. And I've always said it's something, I've said this multiple times, like it's somebody no one's ever going to expect or suspect, because he doesn't come across that way to the normal people. Just like the charming serial killers of Ted Bundy. That's kind of how it reminds me. Like they're nice and charming and you don't think anything of it. And he's got like this dark side that no one really knows about, that I feel like he's into all kinds of weird stuff. Who knows what they found on his computer? I mean, that's kind of how it comes across.
Yeah.
Adam, just quickly, was that person, the Sofer, was she from Brushville? Did you say
she was from Wabash, Indiana.
Wabash?
Oh, yeah. I actually got that, yeah.
And she went missing in 2006, and then she was found in the Peru area in 2000. Was it 9? I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'm not saying that he killed her, but it's an unsolved case, and she looks like she looks a lot like Libby, and his daughter with red hair.
Right.
I mean, she's a gorgeous girl.
She is. It's weird. People just started sending me that.
And doesn't his wife have red hair too?
She changed it.
Red.
It's blonde and red. Like she's done both, which is weird because in one of my readings I got that his wife had like blondish hair, and there was a picture of her with blondish hair, but then there's a picture of with her like with red hair too. So she dyes
probably
it.
gets her to do that.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not.
You were reading for me on Christmas Eve, Rachel. I don't know if you remember me, but you did a reading for me on Christmas Eve last year, and you were so spot on. And I just wanted to say thank you for that.
Oh, you're welcome.
Picked up my dad.
I don't know if you noticed, but it keeps kicking people out of chat.
Yeah, something's going on with YouTube. Apparently, you guys.
Something's getting goofy with YouTube. It's timing people out and removing them.
We all know how YouTube can get sometimes.
Yeah,
I think it's the Delphi case that makes everything glitchy.
It does. I mean, it's weird. There's some weird energy around it. That's for sure.
Dark energy around this case, y'all. Like, you know how many of us have died? I'm just saying. It freaks me out. I have to take.
There's a lot of weird energy around it. Like I had to stop. Like it's got some bad energy around it.
Definitely
very
does.
bad juju.
Definitely has bad. Definitely, I feel always bad energy with Delphi for sure. Nothing.
We just lost a good friend to our channel with red hair.
Blaine, our friend Blaine. Yes, I wish he was here too tonight. Blaine always has that different perspective, from the gang life, the Kokomo crew and stuff like that. Gave us really good insight. I miss him so much. We talked all the time. He died of an overdose, just like Aaron Carter did. We won't get onto that topic, but
I know. I
think
think
Aaron Carter,
I think the timing is weird with that because, like I said in my auto rights, I kept getting Aaron multiple times, and then singer songwriter, and then he was in Lancaster, so that's another Lancaster thing. Like that's kind of how my stuff connects. It's weird. It's cool, but it's weird. It's confusing.
Jamie. Yeah, Jamie. Sorry, you guys were over talking to each other a bit there. What'd you say, Jamie?
It's very suspicious that he was co-signing what Kanye was saying, where Kanye was saying basically like, they were trying to drug him up so he can submit to being, this polyperfect celebrity. And Aaron Carter was co-signing that. Now Aaron Carter's dead.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Interesting twist.
Yeah. Yeah, Alexa. Maybe one day, Rochelle, and I'll ask you privately. But yeah, maybe one day, maybe come back and we can do something for Blaine. He has 3 children he left behind. So
don't tell me anything about him if you want me to do a reading on him.
yeah.
That's
But
awful.
at the end of the day, just so again, I'm going to put the bio link. Let me just say this quickly. I'm going to put the bio link. The bio link has all the links to our Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. It also has the PayPal link and the coffee app. Okay. So if anyone, remember, we're going till November 31st to raise money for Blaine's children for Christmas. And yeah, absolutely. We want to make their Christmas special. So thank you to all the people that have donated already. And just a reminder, we would like to make their Christmas really special. And so it has also my mean Facebook in there as well. If you guys want a bit of funny humor on memes, then that's on there. Anyways, the bio link is where to go to check us out for social media stuff or to become a member of It's a Crime and Shame. It's $1.99 a month if you choose to, which allows you access to our private Facebook group. And other than that, back on track. Just wanted to say that because of Blaine's children. We're still, of course, raising money for Blaine's children for Christmas. Yeah, well, it's all about doing for others. It really is the biggest thing that feeds the heart and the soul. I always feel like it's been in me since I've been young that myself would come last, and it took me to my 40s to put myself first a little bit sometimes. But
I think YouTube kind of jades some people though, and it's I'm so glad that some people still have the empathy to help other people. These mean streets of YouTube, I mean, it really is. It's hard sometimes. I really love you guys over here. I've always felt like warm and accepted.
That's the way exactly what we would want you to feel. It's the way I've always in my life too. I just want, just like when Rochelle come on today or Lewis, doesn't matter. Just when people come on, I just want them to feel relaxed and chill, like they can, like they're part of a family. I don't like stuffiness, and I don't like things that feel like it's all structured to a point that it's, you have to be like this. Nah, it's just more like, hey, YOLO. However it will go. And,
Sonny, you're just kind of like the zany one. I love it. You guys, I mean, it's like YouTube's version of The View, especially when you have so many different people on here. It's amazing. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, Alexa's the biggest troublemaker. That's our profiler and handwriting expert.
I would love to rub elbows with her. I am just like, I fangirl over some of you guys.
That's why she's booting her out, because she's a troublemaker.
I hope that I'm the Barbara Walters.
Yeah.
Right? You're the Whoopi. You're the moderator.
Adam's our princess. Yeah. But anyway,
keep everybody straight. You straighten up the lanes.
it's always different. It's always nice having different perspectives and and check things, right? And that's what makes it good. You're just hearing different things, but as a whole, you usually can come to like, whether something's true or false within Delphi case. It's really nice and helpful again, with people that send us stuff that join in and that they become part of the family. And I consider Lewis part of the family, Alexis part of the family. Aww. With It's a Crime and Shame, and Blaine was part of the family, and CD sometimes, I suppose.
Right.
I followed the case for like years. I remember it right around the time that Delphi happened, because I used to go camping and stuff when I was a teenager like them. And we had the Naomi Jones case here, but instead of the Snapchat app, it was the Marco Polo app. And she was 14 years old. And then I started following Delphi from that. I remember when it first popped up on Reddit. But I've taken breaks over the years.
You need to.
Yeah.
Sure.
There's a lot of darkness around. There's a lot of bad juju. People tend to get sick. People have died. I mean, there's a lot of things that people don't want to come to the light with this case. And now that it's coming to the light, there's going to be a lot of stuff fighting that.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense.
Did you see, Sonny, the whole candy shop connection that I just happened to Google? Did you hear that?
I seen something about Kai Pai candy store.
Okay, no. So I got I was getting the candy shop. If you Google that, it's basically a show about child exploitation.
Oh my gosh.
I had no idea, but that's kind of fitting into that's almost like validation, because I didn't know what it was, but it's validating the whole ring thing.
You wouldn't guess from the name, so that's kind of interesting how that came to be.
Okay.
Yeah. I didn't know. I was like, what is that? Has to mean something. I gotta Google that.
Yeah. No, so sorry guys, but sorry, Adam, you were gonna say something, and I just want us kind of all get our little turns in here for a moment while there's 5 of us on.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, when we were talking about the kind of everyone that plays a part with the channel, even people that don't, even people that aren't on screen, people like Callie, Sloopy, Never Peace, Never Silent,
Copper, even Cordy threw out there too.
Absolutely.
All these people.
You're 100% just as pivotal as anyone else, because everyone that's watching in the channel plays the biggest part in the channel. So thank you.
Yeah.
That's all I was gonna say.
Well, again, we're not here to hoard or hog anything. It's just about sharing and caring about the girls, to be honest. I mean, obviously, again, we try not to put things out there that we don't want out there, either because we were asked not to. But we like it to be as factual as it can, first and foremost. We don't mind theorizing. But definitely we like things to be factual. And if it's not, we'll let you know. Because sometimes we're not always right. Right? Like sometimes you just get it wrong. And yeah, so it's just, again, everyone, I don't mean ask us, because I'm not an ask usser. People know this. Like I do better with writing things down than speaking. But it's one of those things is that I truly do. Well, I should say we truly do appreciate the people in chat. There's very little resistance from people because we try to keep the trolls out and only the kind-hearted, compassionate people in here. And not everyone believes in psychics and mediums and stuff like that, or that type of thing, or it goes with the territory. But the chat is almost always very respectful, with the odd little bad apple or orange that comes in the way, and then we just toss them out like a bowling ball. 269 in chat, by the way, people. Everyone knows 69 is my favorite number.
Miss Sunny, do you ever get hated on do you ever get shamed because you believe in the psychic stuff? I have.
Mostly by men.
Sunny, I don't think you've ever been shamed by anyone, have you? Nope.
No, I don't.
No criticism. Never
been accused by. Yeah, never been accused at all, but for being an alcoholic and a freaking, psychic medium and all these different things. You know what? I don't.
Walmart's still open.
I know, right? Well, I make funny videos instead. Sometimes I'll entertain it just to make humor of it, because I still really don't care about what people say. I know my truth. I know who I am. I know my experiences that I've had. And like I said, I'm not going to sit here and sit down and pretend like I'm perfect to everything. I'm not, but I am very intuitive about things. It's always led me throughout my entire life. I just never knew that it was a thing until I realized not everyone is very intuitive. Some people have common sense, and some people, and I've talked with the dead. I'm so sorry, but I have, but I'm not going to apologize for being who I am. I'm very secure who I am as a person. And so I can come off very strong, but I'm very compassionate and caring. I just don't need to be attacked by anyone, because, that's not helping the world. That's not being nice. If you can't play nice, get the heck out of here. I don't need you in my life. Don't want you in my life. I just want to surround myself about people that try to help, that care about others, that are straightforward, no bullshit, just say what it's like, in a sense. And not everyone says, not everyone's as vocal as I am, or other people like myself, right, Mel? Where's Mel? No, just kidding. But you know what I mean? But it's those type of people that will fight for your ass. When, if someone starts attacking you, that same person will start standing up for you, because that's just who I am. I fight for what's right. But nobody can ever take away, like I said to Rochelle, no one can ever take away what it is that we know about ourselves, or what we can do, or what we have to offer. Everyone has their own things, like I said, in life, but I'm not here to judge Rochelle or Adam or anyone. Everyone does their life for them. I do my own life. And if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. Simple as that. I'm not here to try to persuade anyone to believe in, tarot cards or tea leaves or whatever. I just know from my own experiences, there is another side. I've talked to the other side, and I'm fine with that. I never would say that many years back because you didn't talk about stuff like that too much.
Right.
But as you get older and grow and you become very secure with who you are as a person, it's like nobody can take that away from me. I'll die today. Well, don't not yet, people.
I feel that because I'm in my 40s now, and now I feel like, I just don't give a shit anymore about what people think.
I never really did, because my judgment is to myself, and and whatever you want to call my God or whatever. That's to who it is. It's not to anybody else. I owe myself as a person to be a decent, kind, human, compassionate person. So if I let myself down, that's me letting myself down. If I let somebody I love around, same thing. But I'm the worst critic to myself of how I am. So when people want to say, well, you're the one that's saying stuff about other channels. No, I never, ever talk trash about other channels first. Ever, 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 ever. And again, but if you attack me, sometimes I'll bite back, because sometimes I feel like having a good day like that. I just feel like going, you know what? You shit on me about 100 times now. I'm going to have a little fun back. And I walk away off the internet going, hey, honey, that was a good life.
I love you, really. I listen to you sometimes, and you just crack me up.
What is it? When I was a piece of corn, a POC.
I like to scan over Aspen too. I feel like Aspen is just so woke, and he just, the way that he can say things without hurting people's feelings.
He does a good job.
And the way that he dances that line. I mean, people pay money to have skills like that. Like interviewing other people. Like, I was just so impressed.
Thank you.
Adam has great skills for doing that. Absolutely. I mean, he puts me to shame.
Bring something to the table.
Yeah. Well, correct. He has that. So go ahead, Adam. You answer for yourself. Go ahead.
Well, no, I was. Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, I don't know if I deserve it, but thank you.
No,
I'm just a viewer. I'm just telling you guys, as a community, as I see it, because I flip and watch you guys and stuff, and I'm sure we've all rubbed elbows, and I just think you guys are awesome, and I think what you're doing is awesome. Over the years, you kind of get to know who are the real ones and who aren't,
Yeah.
And since I've been on this platform with this community for so many years now, and it's fun coming up and bullshitting with you guys.
we can do that for hours.
Yeah, and just to make Lisa happy in chat, Lisa says, "Can we hear from Lewis?"
Oh yes.
I forgot Lisa was our actual troublemaker. She thinks she's funny. She's always a comedian. Lewis, do you have anything to say?
Well,
nope. See, there you go, Lisa.
Credit.
No, just kidding.
I'm a pretty skeptical person when it comes to readings, and I'm also very hard to read. And your videos come across very well done and honest. They don't seem like they're scripted or put together. You're honest about the information that you know in advance, and then you'll actually say things that don't match up with what you know. And somebody that's actually doing a real reading would do it the way you were doing it. And I was impressed, and that's why I sent the stuff to Sunny to look at.
Well, I appreciate that.
Sure.
You would be surprised at some of the comments I've gotten lately.
Girl, I try to fight for you in the comment section places, Rachel.
It's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. You guessed that name. If you can guess a name, how come no one guessed it 5 years ago?
Yeah.
What?
That will never stop.
That's what people do. They need to look at the reading and look when it was done.
Yeah.
And she's writing, so it's just rolling off her tongue.
Exactly.
That's not the only thing I got. There's other connections. They're obviously not watching the whole reading, because someone came on and was like, well, you only got the name. And I'm like, go back to the readings. That's not all I got, dude. Really?
Yeah. They have to actually watch your past readings on this case and actually appreciate what you've come up with.
Yeah.
And Rachel, you can't let those fuckers trigger you either.
I try.
Sit there and try, and as soon as you acknowledge them, they get worse.
All
They're
right.
like roaches.
You can put 5 things out that actually match, and then they'll pick that 6th item which just doesn't fall in place right, and that's
Yeah.
what they'll be picking on and picking on and picking on. But they just disregard the other 5 things, and they say, "Oh, those are just coincidental."
Yeah.
I think Rachel's her own worst critic, and she's hard on herself.
Everyone,
And she lets those weirdos get in her head, and she needs to realize she's beautiful and smart and amazing and very intuitive.
You stop right now talking about me like that. Rachel, I'm sorry, but I was predicting that she was talking about me, not you there, okay?
Fighting word.
I've been
ego.
fangirling over Rachel for a few years.
Nice.
So I'm
You
excited
notice
to
that
her.
there's a name that came in tonight that came in May. Did you guys notice that's the same name, Steve?
Yeah, I heard you say Steve, but I don't know.
I don't know who the heck it is, but it came in May's reading too. So I'd be curious as to who the heck that person is. I mean, I know there's a Steve connected to Debbie's case, but I mean, I don't know.
I'm married. I was married to 2 Steves. I'm still married to 1.
Does he have a little southern draw at all, and
I don't
possibly
know.
a mustache?
It's just a name that came in. It's weird. I don't know. It came in May too, so I don't know if it's connected or not. And it came around Rick.
Yeah.
Don't you mean Dick? Dick.
Yeah. Which is weird that I pull. I know. Like Bob and Bobby is like I've gotten Bob before, by the way, in the past, and I know that that's a Richard connection as well.
Yeah.
I don't know if he ever went.
So Brutally Unfiltered is saying that Richard Allen used to work for a place called Steve's.
That's
now,
interesting.
although not confirmed. Do you have anything to confirm that, by the way?
Was that the delivery place when he was like 19?
Because I know I got Walmart in the first one too, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, I used to work at Walmart." And I was like,
must have been me.
There's that connection.
Yeah, that was another.
Yeah, Bob is for Robert. You're right. It's not a Richard. You're right. It's for Robert. I have no idea.
Yeah,
I've gotten that before, and again, I don't know if it connects to this case or not, but it's kind of weird. It could be people he knows. I mean, connections always come in as like friends or whatever.
You've got people connected to the case with names that you've come up with too that I think you've got connected on your end, but Robert Ives, and there's other names you've mentioned that match up with regulars that are known.
I don't know who Robert is. I've never heard that name before.
Which Robert Ives?
Yeah.
He was the prosecutor for Carroll County at the time of the murders.
Oh.
So he retired in 2018, I believe it was.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was the prosecutor for the county at the time.
Oh.
And
Rachel never deep dived the case. She just went in blank almost.
Yeah, he's the one that publicly came out and said that there were signatures and things like that. And after he retired, so
does he go by Bob? Because I didn't know. I knew there was a different name for Bob, but I
don't know what he goes by with people. Just his official name is Robert, but I'm not sure if he went by Bob or Bobby.
Yeah, I know in some of his social media, people do refer to him as Bob or Rob.
Okay.
But I don't know. But I've never spoken to the man personally, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
But I have seen people comment on his things in a personal level that have called him Bob or Rob.
Well, I think that's another reason why I got Rick, because it's personal people know him as that. Like Richard came in before.
Yeah, Richard goes by Rick and Ricky. So that was one of the reasons that from your reading I caught that, and that came out as a strong pickup, because Richard's not the way he goes by with his wife, at least on social media. Right. Rick and Ricky were the 2 common names.
Right.
It was just weird because Alan came in like the very, 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 very beginning, the very first reading I ever did. But then it was like I got R a lot like throughout it, but I didn't get the Richard until 2020. And then it was then this time they just said Rick Allen, and I was like, how I don't think people realize how hard it is to get a first and last name. Like it's literally unheard of. So for Libby to throw that at me and me catch it,
I mean,
sorry, you guys. Let me just interrupt for a second. D. Ashley, are you okay? So apparently she heard a crash about 5 or 6 minutes ago, and she hasn't come back yet. So people are telling me to give her a call out on the live. So D. Ashley, if you can hear this, can you let us know that everything's fine and that you're okay? CD, get out of her house. Seriously, dude, I told you.
Right.
Stay away.
We love D Ashley, so nothing bad can happen.
I thought I was a stalker.
I gotta jump out. My phone's about to die. But thank you so much, Sunny and panel and everybody.
Jamie,
it was
thank
great
you so much.
I enjoyed it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Jamie, come back in and out again.
Thank you
I
so
would
much.
love that.
Yeah,
Bye,
absolutely.
You guys think that law enforcement would have listened to me even if I would have called them? No. I just put it out there so that, like I said, I'm not here to solve the case. I'm just there to put it out, and whoever can turn it in can turn it in. It's not. I've contacted Ellie on other times on cases, and I just get ignored. So
I do know that a few family members are very open to some of the work that that someone like you would do.
Yeah.
But
it depends on the law enforcement. Sometimes law enforcement's open, sometimes they're not. And even if I would have messaged, told them, they would have looked back on it now and been like, holy crap. But at the time, they'd have been like, okay, yeah, get out of here. I didn't even know I got it. I had to go back after he was arrested. I didn't even realize I got his name. Like, that's how deep into it I was. I didn't even know.
I have a question for you, because I found a correlation between this, but I want to see when you came up with Cody in the reading in May. Did it come up with any connection to anything else, or did you just come up with him blind?
I've been getting him a long time.
Okay.
And it's more like I kind of see him. Okay. And then when I see him, like I've explained him in my past readings, and people have told me who he was. Okay. So it's weird because tonight I heard his name. Yeah. And like I try not to be led anything, and I won't ever say anything unless I hear it. So I heard his full name tonight. I've heard that he lives close to Rick, but I don't know if that's validated. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know what the connection is, but I get him a lot.
Who?
Back
Cody.
A while ago, he had lived actually real close to him.
Okay. I'm going to show that.
For a period of time, but yeah, he did live real close to Alan's house.
So I'm glad that you validated that, because someone else told me that and I wasn't sure. I've been getting him for a very long time.
Yeah, I just didn't see when you picture it, what you're picturing with him, if it's a connection to their names or a connection just to the girls.
I think this, maybe Cody knew him and didn't realize he knew him.
This is how close it was.
Because I always kind of get like the family tie links that maybe they didn't realize it at the time or something.
Well, it would have been a long time ago, because if you look on the picture that's on the screen, it was just 2 houses away from each other, and it was only for a short period of time, but he had lived right down the block for about a year. Rick Allen.
Well, see, and do you know what year that was, or
2008?
Yeah, and it's actually the address does come up. It's not 100% whether he actually lived the address.
Right.
I know the reason that the address is connected. But I'm waiting for confirmation back from his mother on whether or not it's because of an ex of his that he had a child with that lived there, and the time that he's linked to that address is May through September, so it was only 4 months.
Yeah.
But it would still connect.
I found about an 8 month. It was about an 8 month link that I found, but it could have just been a non-change of address for an extra few months. But I came up with 8 months at that address through one source.
Yeah.
So it still connects. So the thing with Spirit is sometimes they'll tell me like where they live or work, and I it's hard to put it together. So basically they were basically trying to tell me where he lived when they mentioned Cody, where he worked when they mentioned McDonald's, and also the church might fit in there somewhere. And I don't know.
Or judge.
you know, I don't know if it feels like in May when I kept getting the softball or baseball connection, someone watching them play. I just am curious if he ever watched, you know.
I'm curious who that person is actually, Rochelle. When you
yeah,
kept
I am
talking
too.
about that,
I don't
kept
know.
going, I'd like to know who that person was.
Uh-huh.
If anybody
I just
knows.
saw someone shaking hands at like the baseball game or the softball game, like watching the girls or watching Libby play. Like, I don't know. It's weird.
You know what? I want to go back if we can, Rochelle.
Yeah.
Because I really want to talk about the Garrett Kurtz line there.
I have no idea. There's a connection. I just don't know what it is. It's been driving me crazy for years.
You feel the same way I do with Ron Logan. Is that I don't believe he is involved, but there's something there that drives me crazy. But so we know Garrett Kurtz is throwing out names about involvement for Delphi, people that have access or know about the murder tape.
He could be the jailhouse snitch, actually, if we think about it.
Could be. You know, there's a few I think that it could be. So I wanted to show you something. Well, first of all, this is the Bee Gees shoe hiker. It is not. It is definitely not something that you would find in the Indiana Packers for a boot. It's not that type of boot. I already looked at that one actually.
Not like a hiker kind of boot.
Yeah, I mean it's a shoe, more a shoe.
Like
runner?
I was getting like ridges. I've gotten this a long time ago, like ridges. Yeah,
correct. So I still need to compare this to Richard Allen's shoe, because if there's one thing that's clear about this shoe is that it's squared off, or it comes off looking squared off a little bit, but I can see that right here. It's like there's little holes or something. It's almost like, I don't know if they're like, I don't know, to be honest. It has design, and when I look at those brown shoes that Richard Allen does have on, I can see some sort of similarities perhaps, but I need to really check it before I kind of, can say anything. But this is what this, if you look at this, you can basically see that this is the bridge guy's shoe as best as I can show it to you. I've showed it. It's in a darker version as well, but this one lets you know that there's shoelaces. Now, when I say this, think of this right here as the back of the foot coming up right here. Okay. So it's coming up. So this is really the eyelets right here. And I can, like in my version that I can see, I can literally see the seam lines. I can literally see the seam lines of the shoe. And that's why I'm trying to find something that has, because I can literally see the seam lines, like the actual, how else do I say that? Seam lines, okay?
Well, it reminds me of a hiker boot, and he used to be, he was a hiker.
It does remind me of hiking boots, but, when you go back and look at the BG walking on the bridge, the pants are longer, and I'm like, okay, but again, if we take for the fact, put it in perspective that this is the back of the shoe here, the pants are right here, so there's that little bit of area. So to me, I deem it, I can't even actually say, I deem it more of a hiker, but it could be a runner shoe as well. And so I'm torn on that, because this is the best picture I've ever personally gotten. Not that I even tried hard before, but I was like, sweet. Sometimes you just hit the right image and you're like, dang, that one just popped right out.
Well, I got two shoes in different readings. It was like I was getting a pair of tennis shoes and I was getting a pair of boots, and I don't know I was getting both. But it's interesting is I was getting black tennis shoes, which I did see that he does wear.
He actually has a pair of black hikers that are low cut.
Okay.
That look like a sneaker or a running shoe, but it's actually a hiking shoe, and it is black and it looks like a sneaker, but it's not.
Well, it's interesting. So it's like a maybe I was getting both because it's like a cross between the two.
Yeah, I mean it literally is, like knobby on the bottom. You can see in the picture when they're hiking in one of the videos. But the side of it looks almost like a sneaker, and it laces up in the front.
Right.
It looks like a sneaker, but it's got that larger sole and area on the bottom that gives you the look of a hiker.
And I just wonder, why they brought that up tonight. If it's something that he kept wearing like an idiot and there's DNA on it, or if he kept them somewhere and the cops have it. Like there's something with the boots. It came up several times tonight, and I don't really know.
Well, I do have a closer up picture. Let me just see if this is it. Okay. So, but I want you to take note of this right here.
Okay.
So obviously this particular hiker or runner has one of those little pieces of tags that sometimes you'll find on a work boot. Or, you know what I mean? Like that little metal piece. That's why it stands out, because there's some sort of marking of what it is. But I have another picture that probably should show it better. Let me look for it. You guys talk amongst yourselves for a second. And anyone, if your guys are at 2:00 in the morning, don't forget to set your time back so it's really an hour earlier.
Unless you're in Arizona, we don't move. We don't go with that
unless you're in Arizona. Let me just see.
What time is in Arizona right now? It's just what? So it's 11.
It's 10.
Oh, 10. Okay.
Yeah, we don't change.
Yeah. Are there parts of Indiana that don't change, or do they change now? And there was the one other state I thought somewhere in like the Midwest that like doesn't change. But
yeah, no, we still change here in Indiana where I am, but you've got 2 different time zones in the state. Yeah.
Oh, while I'm doing that, I want you to look at something else, okay, Rochelle?
Okay.
To do with well, there's a few things I want you to look at, but where is it? Come on. Did I put it in here? Or did I hold on? Maybe I just took a screenie of it.
Someone was saying someone noticed something because I kept mentioning like a badge, and I don't know if there's an actual badge involved, but I guess his hat looks like a badge, like the thing on his hat looks like, because it's the Route 66, it kind of looks like a badge looking.
I feel like I saw a badge, but I haven't been able to prove it to myself enough to really say if there is or not, just because some things or whatever. So I just need to go talk to my husband for a sec, but can you read this?
No.
Adam or Lewis? Lewis, let me just quickly send it to you, dude.
Yeah, if you send it to me in Messenger, I'll be able to actually see it.
Yeah, 1 second here. Let me just.
So, Lewis, what were you saying about the badge? Do you think that could be what I was picking up on a hat, or do you think it's something else?
I think it's something else. I know the Route 66 thing on the hat looks like that, but I don't think that's the hat that he's wearing.
I'll be right back.
It's him on the bridge.
Right.
But
it wouldn't matter. It would be like how people would see him around town too, you know.
Yeah, but if you look at the picture of him, when you're looking at the guy on the bridge, on your left side, where his hand goes into his pocket, what people think looks like a watch, when you blow it up, it's actually in front of his hand. It looks like one of those round badge holders that goes on your belt. And I've always thought that was what was in the picture.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. And I've got what she put up here now. So let's see. So Red, aka Sheena, was at my apartment and she was beyond high. Garrett and Ashley was there too, and 2 other people, Blake and his boyfriend. Sheena was out of her mind high, going on about how she was there when CJ Palladino killed those girls, and she knows all that happened. I went to the cops with the information, and they dismissed it because I was loaded at the time. There was never talk of a videotape, unless Sheena told Garrett that I never heard that. Furthermore, if I knew 100% who did that to them poor girls, I would go straight to the state police. I couldn't imagine if those are my children, it would break me. And then I can reread that if you needed it read again.
Yeah, I got it. Huh.
Then it said Sheena implicated the Palladinos all the way, Mark, Jason, and CJ.
I don't know. I mean, it kind of matches 2 of the names I got, but I just wonder what the connection is.
Yeah.
Well, that's just it. So the connection is that Garrett Kurtz is talking about Jason Palladino, that he was one of the people that, out of his own mouth, that was one of the people involved with the Delphi murders. Now, so you have Chris Mathis who's saying Garrett Kurtz. right? I want you to, like, I wish he would tell the whole story. It would be spread off his back. Look what happened to the girls in Delphi. And so you got Garrett Kurtz bringing up names like Sheena Cottrell, that you just read in there, or that, thank you, Louis, that Louis just read there. So Garrett Kurtz is talking about Sheena Cottrell, Ashley Garth, and Nick Edwards having knowledge about the murder tape. And that Tamsin Michaels actually would probably know more. Now, Tamsin Michael is a friend on Becky's list, Becky Patty's list. So is Peggy Garth and all those. So these people, Anna drinks with Peggy Garth. So these people are all attached. They all kind of know each other. So it really freaked me out when I'm like, okay, so Michaela Babcock, which is Libby's cousin, is one of Garrett Kurtz's best friends. Okay. There's
that name before, Babcock.
Yeah, Babcock. It's tied right to Libby. It's Libby's cousin. You might have seen a Harley Babcock, but anyways. So where this all attaches in a sense is really it's just like a big circle. So Michaela Babcock, and Garrett Kurtz says this on his own Facebook page, that who needs friends when you have friends like KD, Nick, but he's referring to a different Nick. Michaela Babcock and CJ Dickerson guy, and of course Austin Popejoy. Now, Keegan Klein, he shared Austin Popejoy's post about Abby and Libby on the 16th of February of 2017. December 26th of 2017 seems to be this time when KK friended Libby. It's another day that Garrett Kurtz is talking about some girls in a shed, how him and this other guy, you know, how he's grown up now and, you know, doesn't like him young and stuff like that. But Garrett Kurtz also had a mother on his Facebook accuse him of, what was it, Louis, about, or Adam, about the 14-year-old girl?
Trying to pick up a 14-year-old girl.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so where it all correlates is that, and you probably don't know this either, but KD is holding a pig, which is Garrett Kurtz's best friend, the one he's been my POI. Okay. So he's holding a pig on February 13th of 2018. You'll come to find out that there's a pig mask. If they say what's at the crime scene, you'll come to see that there's a pig mask, a Halloween mask, same Halloween mask that really KD has, that's at the crime scene. So why would all of this, why would Nick Edwards send me this, what you just read about Sheena Cottrell? So if you knew the whole Kurt storyline in a sense, with open secrets and all around it, which has always been the thing, it's to do, in my opinion, it was to do, and maybe not, with revenge on Derek German, drugs, money, sex rings, in there.
I kind of felt that. Yeah, I've gotten that.
So these people all tie in. So I would literally have to wash all the stuff away that other people have said about Delphi, not me. I didn't say it. They said it. They talked about Delphi. They're the ones that are, you know, I mean, sure, the pig and stuff like that. That stuff I came across. But the cryptic note is written by Ashley Garth. And so bear with me on the cryptic note, because this is what we call our pork chop, brought to me back from the Palladinos. So this is from Jason Palladino's Facebook page. Now, Garrett and Ashley were going through a rough time for a while. She was, we'll just put it nicely, she was dipping over on Palladinos, you know, little D there. And so this was on his Facebook page, this cryptic note. So you have Jason Clint Palladino, who Garrett Kurtz has said had something to do with Delphi. Now, I know that the BG has a camera on his head, and I know that there's cameras all over in the crime scene as well. Hence, camera right here, crime scene, bladed object here. Again, this one right here, bladed object. Okay.
You know, not to interrupt you, Sonny, but you just reminded me of something I saw in one of her readings about this.
Yeah, you totally did.
You remember when you felt the pain in your shoulder?
Who?
She did. It was one of the readings.
No, but I'm sure you
Yeah,
do.
you said you were feeling a pain in your I think your right shoulder.
Uh-huh.
I think that was in the May reading. And do you have that picture, Sonny, of Abby with what you felt was an arrow or something in her shoulder?
Well, I don't think it's
I got arrows too. You know what's weird though is like when I did that reading in May,
Yeah.
it was almost like I felt like this how do I say it, party sort of thing where they all took the girls, had this sort of party thing with them, and it was like a sacrificial type thing with like a group of people. Like that's how it felt.
That happened with Megan Allen.
And I've heard someone's been talking about her lately, and I don't really know who she is. I think I got her name Megan in somewhere in the auto rights. It sounds really familiar, but that's what it felt like in that May reading. I was like, what the heck is going on here? So again, whenever I connect to this, I mean, I do think I think he's the guy on the bridge allegedly, and I do think that he's involved, but I go back to they keep talking about the gang, the gang being involved, the Kokomo boys, all these people you're talking about connect back to the Kokomo boys, from what I understand.
Defo not. Sorry. Someone's saying something about sunglasses. No, I know that Sue said something about sunglasses and whatever. I'm not confusing a camera with sunglasses. No.
Yeah, no.
If he has
there's a dollar on the table.
He does have dark sunglasses a lot. Yeah. I mean, because I did get a lot on him, so I do. Like I said, it's not a coincidence that I've gotten a lot on him. That I've got his name. It's not a coincidence, but I just think that it's kind of weird because all these other people playing somehow.
So let me show you this. This is one of the first images I had. Okay, I don't know where my train of thought went. Louis, I lost it. That's okay, bud. Love you. So
I know where you were going. If you need to go back to it.
I was gonna. Nah, it's okay. I never forget this stuff. So this is the BG. This is one of the first pictures I took, and I sent it to Gonzo, going, Gonzo, there's like a freaking bow and arrow thing behind his back. That's that's what it looked like. It looks like a freaking bow and arrow thing, right? So, anyways, looking at this, you can see the shape of the hat, the rim, whatever. Like you can see it right here. You can totally, doesn't mean that this is the exact hat. I was just doing this in comparison to KD's hat, to show a comparison of how this looks. Okay. So what a lot of people didn't realize, which I did realize, but a lot of people didn't. And I never heard it before I said it, but it could be possible. When I was watching the video, and I watched it in freaking slow motion, and I put a lot of time into the video, more time than I care to remember, to be honest. But I could literally see that something was coming up behind his head from his back. So I don't know if he has a backpack back there and it's stuffed with shit in it. All I know is that he has cameras on his here, okay? And then this contraption thing, which is crazy ass, comes up behind his head, which you can kind of partially see. When I first saw it, I thought it was a bow and arrow. So let me show you the actual knife. I shouldn't say the actual knife, because this is for entertainment purposes only, blah, blah, blah. This is supposedly the crime scene, but might not be the crime scene.
All alleged.
There's the knife that would be considered in the person's throat.
Mm-hmm.
And I've cut off most of it to show you, because this is the best darn picture I can get. I've tried to see if I can get more. So this is the knife that would be at the supposed crime scene in said victim's neck area. Oh, I don't have the freaking one with the cat. Darn it. I think I have it somewhere. But anyways, so that's it. So if I go back to here's another bladed object, right? Now this one has a design on it. This one has some sort of design. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but it's a design.
Yeah, I've gotten a design on the, yeah.
Yeah. So this is another one there. Over here, you can see is kind of like a little speaker. Going back to here, bladed object. Okay, this is a supposed crime scene now, guys. Camera, one of the cameras there. Okay, can you see that? It's one of the round ones, Rochelle. You know, the little 360 kind of looking Google Earth ones, the round, like, what does it matter? It's a round one.
Yeah.
Like a ball shape. Okay, so so that's there. This is the bladed knife. Okay, this is the bunny rabbit. I'm just trying to bring it into perspective. Let's see here. What's that? Oh, this is okay. This is behind the bunny rabbit. This one here. And that one, I was like, what kind of knife looking thing is that? But it reminded me of this one in his hand, very similar because of the crook in it. Do you see the crook in it?
Yeah, I was getting a serrated edges of like the same thing.
You know, so I don't know. Now if I go ahead.
It was weird because I've gotten like, you know how people have those knife sets and then like they roll them up in like I kept getting that too. So I don't know if there's like I don't know, is that considered like a hunting or a fishing kind of knife set?
Fishing, I think people are saying.
A deer kit can be like that also, where the thing rolls out and it's got the slots to put the knives in, and then you roll it up and you Velcro tie it. Yeah.
Because I've gotten that, and then I don't know if he hunts, but or if there was a symbolism to the deer that I had saw with the neck being cut. I don't know if that was a symbolism thing or if he actually goes hunting, and these are hunting knives that I was seeing. So,
well, let me read something to you from the other psychic of what she said, because you're gonna understand definitely one of those things, or maybe a couple. So she had put basically 2019, Holman asked her if she could I'm not going to get into the long-winded version of it, that Holman had asked her if she could meditate on some questions. But anyways, she said that her visions were the murder weapon is a hunting knife, that the man on the bridge was a young man in his 20s or younger, and his hair was long enough that it was curly at the ends. He wasn't necessarily overweight, but in her vision of him, he wasn't wearing his shirt. He had it removed. Let's see. I watched the crime scene or crime unfold like a video, but I could only allow myself to watch so much. Then I had to stop. It was all the information the police already had, so I didn't need to see it. Here is what I did see. The BG lured the girls down the hills. At first, the girls didn't realize their lives were in danger. He gave them some reason to go down the hill, made it seem like it was an authority. They weren't supposed to be on the bridge. Then there's a gap, she says, in my mind's video. The next vision I have is BG holding Abby with a knife to the throat. He slit her throat as he just wanted to get her out of the way. Then he went to grab Libby, but she started running. He chased her a short distance and grabbed her by her foot. The force pulled her shoe off. I told the detective that I was certain that the search party found the shoe before they found the girls. I stopped watching at this point. There was something about the name Lancaster. It's a road, county, something to do with BG. The BG lived with his mom or grandma and worked at a large farm operation of pigs. The logo for it is white and red, which I now know as Packers. And we all know that both Kagan and Garrett worked at Packers, but it doesn't matter about that part. Well, I mean, I think it kind of does a little bit, but whatever. We'll see. The BG's family is close with Ron Logan's land. I know Garrett Kurtz. This is true for Garrett Kurtz. Not sure about KD. The girls told me that the killer smelled bad. I'm thinking he smelled like pigs. And then she said he had been at work at that day, went there from work. I don't know about that, but who knows? He parked a vehicle, what looks like an abandoned building. There's a large barn on the property, and it's used for storage. I saw him driving a white truck of some sort with storage bins in the bed. He kept locks of the girl's hair and put them in the truck in the storage bins. The truck also had some sort of rack or back of the truck he used for transporting deer when hunting. He was definitely a hunter. He dressed the girls like deer, meaning he cut them open like deer, the way a hunter would cut a deer after the kill. It was incredibly heinous. I cannot make myself look at the crime scene more closely. Besides, the police know what the crime scene looked like. I can see a tattoo on BG's forearm. It has some sort of wings on it. And then intuitively, I do believe that he committed a murder before Delphi murders. He murdered a young girl. She also said the detective asked, how did the BG move the bodies? I didn't realize he moved the bodies, but when I meditated on this question, I was shown an all-terrain vehicle. It has three wheels, not four. He used it to drag deer through the woods. My intuition tells me he did not move the girls' bodies far from where he murdered them. He moved them nearby for staging purposes. The detective asked me, how did the BG enter and exit the park? In my meditation on this question, I saw him walking in and walking out. He parked his vehicle within walking distance of the park. Not sure where he entered, but he is very familiar with the lay of the land. He walked out of the park, but not until the next day. He spent the night in the park watching the search party. He was very excited about the entire situation. He wanted to be a spectator. Let's see. She said, and that's when she talks about her thoughts about a medium will be about 80% accurate. So anyways, your thoughts on that, because I know you've said white truck as well.
Which I've heard that this guy does have a white truck.
Right.
And she could be getting, two people mixed up. I think allegedly that Rick is the guy on the bridge. I don't think it's a young man. I've never felt it was young. He's always seemed older to me. That doesn't mean that a young person's not involved, because if you go back to the 2019, I was getting a younger male.
Yeah.
And I did not know why I was getting that. And I was getting GK at that time. And I just do not know the connection. Like I said, I've heard that KK connects to these people. And if KK connects to Rick, then therefore they probably all connect, is my feeling on it. Like,
yeah.
I'm
going to say one thing to my followers who follow me. I still look at pictures, and I was looking at some again today, and I'm going to wait. I'm going to play it out. But in my mind, KD is still the BG. I was looking again at the different things that the BG just doesn't have, but I'm going to play it out. So it's not that I don't believe it's KD still, Jack. I'm just going to let the case open up and see where it goes from there. And in the meantime, I'll just keep looking at stuff. It's that simple. It's not that I don't think CKD and BG look familiar or the same. So for me, like I said, I spent 7 months, Rochelle, looking at the BG's face every freaking ass day, looking at pictures. And it's not to say that they do not look alike, but we'll see. We'll see. So I'm just going to, like I said, there's going to be some answers coming out soon. I can wait a few months. I can wait. We'll see how it all plays out. We'll see the involvement, because this isn't just a small, the one person band. It's multiple people. It's connected to CSAM. There's a lot of things going on. Drugs, sex rings. It's a complex and complicated case, like Doug Carter says. And like he did say, it's going to be a fascinating story once it's all told. And
because I did get that feeling. That's why, like, if you see my main reading, I'm like, what is going on around here in the main reading? Because it was almost like they were taken somewhere else. They had like this weird party thing, and then it was like they were sacrificed. And I've always gotten kind of a sacrificial thing. And it goes back to this ring, this computer connection, all these people using these different profiles is what it feels like anyways.
Absolutely. It's crazy a little bit. I'm sorry. Let's Adam, are you back asleep on us, by the way?
No, I'm not. I'm right here.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm just enthralled listening.
Yeah, absolutely. But is there anything that you wanted, just because, I don't want you just sitting there.
Oh, no. I'm perfectly content. I'm listening. If something comes to mind, I have no problem interjecting and asking.
Okay. Rochelle, the cryptic note that I speak of.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it's a very cryptic thing. So Jason Palladino, smile motherfucker, which would refer to the camera, Kai effing Pi. And now look right here, Rochelle, on this note, though. So the whole point was that this note to me and to Pork Chop and others and stuff like that, it was deemed as like that this had something to do with the Delphi murders, because it was written by Ashley Garth. And there's things on there that just were striking. Of course, KD is the bomb was the first thing. That's the whole reason why my friend brought it to me, because of KD being the BG, said BG, okay? Again, whether that comes to fruition is a whole different story. But so we have Jason Clint Palladino, that's outed by Garrett Kurtz, if this is true. We have Smile Mother Fricker, and that's, to me, of course, is like a camera. So, like, just you only use really that term typically when you're talking about smile, you're on camera. Anyways, and it says Kai effing Pi was right here, but look at the way that when you first look at that word, does it look like bridge to you when you first see that word? I mean, only because I told you that now, but thank you, Marta.
It's weird. It kind of makes a 6, which is kind of, yeah.
Thank you. There.
It almost, what's weird about that arrow thing?
Right. It looks like a knife.
Well, not only that, are they trying to point to where the girls were? Or...
Well, this is what I mean.
Right.
So right here.
Thank you, Marta.
Thank you very much, Marta. Right here it says "Ain't no rest for the wicked," and then it goes ha ha ha. Now I think this is a blurrier note. I could have probably got a better one. So I took that as the graveyard. This is just speculation in a sense. But okay. So you have Jason Palladino's name. You have KD as the bomb. You have what seems to be reference to a camera. You have the crescent moon, which basically points back to the Kokomo. White bunny. If this is the case, white bunny is a symbol for Kokomo crew, or the you guys, what's the name of that?
Kokomo boys.
Lafayette boys.
No.
Because I got a connection to Kokomo.
The boys club.
No, you guys. What did Blaine say it was?
Odin, Sons of Odin.
No, he's
the Norse. Are you talking about the symbols?
The Odin stuff.
Runic.
No,
I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, it's okay. You know how Kokomo croquet. You know how gangs have different affiliations. There's a certain name, and I can't think of it. Come on, you guys, help me think. I could go back and Blaine sing and look.
That motorcycle club.
Now, you know what? I'm just gonna go find it because I can find it at the tip of my. I said it to Blaine not too long ago.
Maybe like the tiers of like there's this club and there's another club under them and another gang under
Yeah. Oh, hold on. It's the Vice Lords. Yes, yeah. Thank you, Vice Lords. So right. So Vice Lords. And hold on, I'll show you actually. Might as well show it to you since I have it here, and I'll bring it into here as well.
You kept getting that motorcycle connection, didn't you?
Yeah.
Well, there was so if Tiara was here, she, there is a lot to do with the motorcycle connection of gangs and sex clubs, sex rings for sure. So this is it right here, like the different symbols. So there's the crescent moon and the star. There's the bunny, referencing bunny, Playboy bunny, basically the white bunny. They also have, there's the star. Okay, the 5 point. So they're underneath the 5 point star.
Right.
This is where Blaine, I freaking miss you, dude. Freaking get back here. I love that boy.
Which I did get that. I did get the star thing.
Right. Yeah. So now going back over to Mr. Cryptic Note, 5 point star, crescent moon and stars, bunny rabbit at crime scene, pig masks or something at crime scene. Again, like on this one here, I know it's going to be hard, Rochelle, because I don't have the picture with me right now, and I just don't feel like searching for it. So the pigs are right up here in front. Okay, so just picture. I know that's a bad picture because normally I would show you the snout to go with it, but I just don't feel like going through all my pictures right now and wasting all this. I'm wasting extra time. Bunny. So the bunny rabbit's right here in correlation. So there's the bunny rabbit right here. Okay. Body with knife and it was over there, but right here, Rochelle, there is a white mask, and I know it's really hard on this particular picture, but this is the nose and nostrils, which
I
I've
can
seen.
see it.
Okay, so I've seen that legitly on the BG underneath of his chin there. Okay, I can literally show you the nostrils on the mask under his chin. Again, didn't bring the picture with me because I wasn't sure I was going to show it. Probably should have, can save it. But anyways, little piggies here, masks here. There's a cat. There's a cat that's literally staring at Libby. Well, I'll say it's Libby, allegedly Libby. There's literally a cat with like a skull, almost like a harness that goes around the eye. They got it going around the eye and then up through here with a skull right there. Darn, I wish I had that picture ready to show you. But anyways, so it's all those different things. So there was said that there was a cross that was left at the crime scene as well, possibly. They said that there was many things. I know that there was quite a few things. I just haven't been able to. Some of them, I don't like to show things unless I can kind of really give you someone a better picture in the best blurry, crazy way that you can do it with a video / crime scene pictures, because they're obviously not the originals. Now, although this looks like nighttime to you, obviously it's day, but in order to make things stand out, this isn't my particular picture, but there is a crime scene guy over near right here. He's right actually in this area. He's taking pictures of the crime scene. It didn't dawn on me till way looking at pictures. I'm like, wait a second. Right, this happened during the day. Duh. Obviously, we know the helicopter flew over and the flashes went off, and that people were taking pictures of the crime scene. But anyways, you can actually see the person that's taking pictures. But in order to show you or anybody else, you have to do, stuff like this in order to achieve.
So, to give you some perspective, these shots came from a helicopter that was filming video.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. So you remember that? Do you remember that, Rochelle?
No, I don't. Like I say, I try to stay away from everything. And even if I had heard it, it's been so long ago. I don't know any of this.
When we're doing the search, and then they found the bodies, the helicopters out there covering the area, looking at different areas and close-ups. And before it was edited, some people were able to grab some of that video that actually showed where the crime scene was and where the photographer was taking pictures of the crime scene and things like that.
Right. Yeah.
So, I mean, these are the one pair of brown shoes.
Yeah.
Right. Because I deem the BG shoes, to be honest, as brown. I don't deem them as black myself. But it could be an illusion, but they really come off as brown when I watch it. Yeah. Do they to you too, Adam?
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, because this one has some special little cuts to it, if you can see, Rochelle, right there, you can see that there's like this little cut. Well, I mean, I'm kind of seeing them a little bit on this shoe.
Yeah.
But, but not enough to say, hey, yeah, that's the shoe,
I'm going energetically besides of everything else. And I mean, he just energetically tends to match who I get on the bridge. I mean, that doesn't mean that nobody else is involved. Like I said, I've always gotten like this connection to like more people, like we're talking about those same people I've gotten a connection to. Well, I just don't know how to connect him to them because I don't know if they knew each other. You know what I mean? Like that could come in where the dark history with him comes in at, because if he's an alleged past drug user and whatnot, like he could know these people and he could have kept using and he still could know them. And we just don't know that about him. You know what I mean? Because it's very, like, I feel like he had a secret life.
Obviously. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's the secret life that he has, and then there's the life that he shows his family. It's just.
Well, and that's just it. Like, I mean, he's under arrest for a reason.
Yeah.
They're
charging him for a reason.
Killer,
they have enough evidence.
Sure. No. But when you see everything that, like, I was showing you and what we were even talking about and what you've talked about with the Garrett Kurtz line, hey, dude, you guys fit in somewhere there.
They do. They do. And I've never been able to let them go. Like I was telling you last night, I was like, I don't know what the connection is, but I just went through that 2019 reading that I haven't went through since I did it. And he's all in the second part. But the first part, it talks a lot about Garrett and this guy knowing him and stuff, which I don't know. I mean, if there is a drug connection, it would make sense to me.
Well, there's something that you kept coming up with, two things that I wanted to see if they went together, because it's something that's bothered me from the beginning that I heard and I can't get rid of.
Okay.
That supposedly there was a barn. Well, I mean, I know it existed because somebody was actually arrested, but there was a smaller building on Ron Logan's property near where they found the bodies.
Uh-huh.
And there was, let's just call him a career criminal and drug user that was actually arrested for breaking into this building on more than one occasion on Ron's property.
Mm-hmm.
It's nowhere near where anyone would actually possibly just stumble across.
Right.
You would have to know the property to be there. And then I don't know if you know, when Ron Logan got picked up for the parole violation or probation violation, he wound up going to jail for over a year. While he was in jail from 17 to 18, that building was torn down.
I heard about that, or it got burned down or something.
Yeah, it was torn down. It didn't burn down.
Okay.
I know you mentioned a barn a couple of times, and you couldn't actually come up with exactly what it was, and then coming up with Ron Logan. So knowing that maybe there was a building close to where they were found that was torn down for some reason after that happened, does that maybe connect more dots for you?
Yeah. I think someone mentioned that before, but they had told me like law enforcement tore it down. So
I don't know. All I know is that while he was locked up, it was torn down, and it's never been mentioned who or why or what. And I've never been able to find pictures, but you have 2 police reports from 16 and before that of a gentleman that sort of connects being arrested because he caught him on the property more than once breaking into that building. And the last time it happened, it turned into a big police chase.
Yeah.
And it was odd because why anyone would be in that building so far away from the house that was probably not really used for much was odd.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lewis.
I mean, there's a lot of connections that I've got throughout the years. I mean, it connects all the dots. I mean, I don't think I've ever gotten as much on a case as I have with Delphi, and it's just so much.
The person that got arrested for breaking into that building multiple times or whatever doing, because they never actually did catch him with anything stolen, so he was just doing something there, is connected to Kurtz.
Okay.
And Kurtz knew that property well.
Right.
It was a very odd situation, and I've never been able to put together why that building was taken down. Just an odd thing.
It's you know what's so weird that I've never been able to connect with this case is I always felt like Hitman. Like and I know that sounds weird. Like it does sounds like super weird, and I don't know if that's just what he's like considered or what, but I always get like the Hitman energy or someone that's like the boss energy, kind of like.
I get that with Rick. Rick, my feeling with him is the guy's too clean.
Yeah.
So in my head, I think, is he the person everyone's afraid of? Does he run things? And that's how he could pay cash for a house working at Walmart?
That's what I'm saying. Like, and I've gotten money connections. I've gotten someone handing someone else money. Like, he feels like I used to call him the specialist. Don't know where that name came from.
Right.
But it's like he's the main dude that people are afraid of for whatever reason, and he's got this really dark, deep side that no one knows about except for these specific people. Like, I know it sounds so weird, but that's just
no, it makes sense. What bothers me too is how many people that live a straight life like that might have an evil side that hide this, get arrested, go in front of a judge without a lawyer, and plead not guilty without talking to a single attorney.
Right. Well, he has a family or doesn't he have a friend that's an attorney?
That tells me it's somebody that's way more advanced than people think.
Right. Well, his parents paid cash for the house that he lives in.
Yeah.
Or lived in. So that's where that money came from, and that's why his dad's name is on the deed of the property, because some people are showing an affiliation with his father's name and the address, and the reason that is because his parents paid cash for the home, and so the name Marvin is on the deed,
Right.
and they own. I've heard they're incredible, lovely people. I've not heard one negative word about his mother or father. And apparently they owned, I don't know if it was a manufacturing company or a business for many years. And they seem to be stand-up people in the community. So
yeah, the grandfather was the principal of the grade school for years and years too.
yeah. Wait, where did our nugget go?
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. It's just like super weird. Like he has that energy, like kind of like that.
Yeah.
That other side to him that I could see people being afraid of.
Yeah.
And that might be why Kurtz hasn't said anything, because he acts like he's afraid to say something. Like I don't think the girls threw his first and last name at me for no reason.
Yeah.
Along with a bunch of other stuff that they gave that
Right.
connects him, and showed him to me. But it's like all these other people connect too. It's if he has a prior drug association, I could see how he would connect back to this. And aliases. I mean, why does he have so many aliases?
It doesn't even have to be a drug use connection. He could just, maybe the parents had to put the money down because he makes money and he needed somebody to run it through.
Yeah.
You know, there's different things, but something about him just screams that he's above other people, and that's why maybe they all connect him when you get your readings.
Yep. I mean, I have to agree with that just because of the energy I've gotten on this with. I mean, I don't know if he's an actual hitman, but it's like that energy of, how one would be portrayed as that, I guess. I don't know how to explain it.
He considers himself at that level.
Yeah. I mean, I'm glad you pick up that, because I pick up that with him, and I'm just like, he's not who people think he is at all. And that came through the reading multiple times. Like, this is not somebody that anybody is going to think. He's not even on the radar at that, like a while ago at that point.
What made me think that was, there's a video of him playing pool, and just the way he's playing pool, after he's done making a shot, he does this really weird dance. His wife's egging him on to dance, but if you watch the way he moves, it's way faster than you would expect this guy to be able to do anything.
Like Jagger.
Yeah.
The great fight.
Well, and I got him. It's weird because I had like something drawn up with him, and he looked different at different times. I mean, I saw it like from the side. I mean, his face is the right, the fatter face, the right shape. I think I drew him with less hair at the time because he might have shaved, but I said I wanted to add more beard to it. His eyes look exactly like it, and I drew him with a beanie on, which is what he's wearing in that. And I thought that was trippy that I had him drawn with a beanie on and he's wearing that in the video. It did kind of trip me out a little bit. Yeah. So, I mean, it's not exact, but it's pretty good going from a vision and then having someone, that just go off of what I'm telling her.
Right.
It was really weird how they showed me that too. Like, they showed me a likeness to someone and then I just made changes to it.
Is it? Okay. Yeah, I was wondering when you did the May one, how that picture came into your mind with the blue eyes.
It was, I've gotten that before, lighter eyes before, a long time ago, and everybody told me no.
Right.
He has brown eyes.
Yeah, I mean, in some pictures they look hazel, some they look greenish, some they look blue, So, I mean, I'm still not 100% on the blue eye thing.
Well, it changes.
In more pictures than not, I think they are light hazily, greenish brown. But they do have a blue tint in some pictures. But overall, I feel like they're more of a hazel.
Well, I said that in my reading, they change.
Yeah.
Just like his looks change, his eyes change. And that's the trippiest thing I've ever seen, because sometimes they look brown, literally from far away. Sometimes they look like a more blue, and sometimes they look a greenish color. And I think that's why I kept getting like his eyes change.
What's listed on his charging on his record?
I thought that that's where I think I had seen it.
Yeah.
I'd have to go.
I think in that reading I got blue, but I also got like a hazel, like a yellow tint in it. And it's just, I look back and I'm like, maybe that's why I'm picking up the different colors, because of how they change.
Right.
Maybe there's contacts.
Right.
Fine
Well,
to
yeah,
change his appearance and be a chameleon like I always thought he was, then I could see why he would use different contacts. You
and
know,
Ivy Rose, yeah, they could be 100% blue. You know, I just am going off of just from the pictures I've seen. You know, they can look so different, which is odd. You know, I'm used to killers just having those black eyes.
and there's a couple where they do look brown or like darker, and it's like it's a trip, and it could be because you know he does have something evil going on there.
There's his eyeball right there. You can see it.
Mine are hazel, and they do change. I get all different spectrum colors depending on background and what I'm wearing.
All right.
That is definitely like at least. I mean, don't forget that this has been transposed into different colorings just so you could make out the camera stuff or whatever on the top. But this isn't for that purpose. Very curious though about the nose pad on the nose right there though. Right here.
Unsolved crimes uncovered. You said something a bit ago that I agree about the fantasy aspect that you said earlier. I think that's 100% kind of where I'm thinking as well.
Sorry, what was that, Adam?
Sorry. Unsolved crimes uncovered had said earlier. You know, just that that she believed that that this was a fantasy that he'd played out so many times and finally made it a reality. Whether it was the first time he done it or not, who knows? But I do think he's one of those people that I think he lived his entire life with a feeling of inadequacy, and he's been mediocre at everything he's ever done his entire life. And this is the one thing that he was able to feel powerful and in control of.
Now, see, that would explain the look in his eyes every time his wife videos him. You could see that lost look. It's just like a look of disgust he has.
Right.
it makes me wonder if he didn't have kind of like a hatred. Like usually people that do this, they have kind of like something against their wife, or
right.
And they play it out a different way. It kind of is.
Well, I think Deb said, somebody else said, I think that somebody else said it, and then Deb agreed about the fact that he probably hated his wife. He probably really didn't like his wife too much.
Probably doesn't think much of women.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I have so many weird connections to this case. Like, my mom's name is Kathy. His birthday is my aunt's birthday. Mine's February 12th. Like, it's just freaking weird how it all is serendipity connections.
Yeah.
I don't know. It trips me out. What are the odds of that, Yeah. Weird. And I don't know why they just didn't show me my mom, to give me the name Kathy. That would have been nice. So they did give me K a lot, though. They did give me K a few times.
Yeah. Right. And you know what? I mean, it was said that a K was on a tree and
somewhere at the crime scene, right?
Yeah.
Unsolved or uncovered. I also did get automotive and prior military, but I didn't know if it fits this case. But I got the same, and I don't know.
What did you?
It fits.
You said prior military?
And yes, she says she got automotive and prior military. I got both of those things, but I don't know where they fit.
Someone had asked earlier if he had a motorcycle, and I don't know the answer to that. I couldn't find a registration for one or a license. I don't know if you have to have a special license in Indiana to have a motorcycle, or no.
Endorsement for motorcycle, but a lot of people don't. Okay. Especially if they were driving way beforehand, and they never got the endorsement. But Indiana does require an endorsement on your license for motorcycle.
Okay, yeah. So I couldn't find a record of an ownership of one, but that doesn't mean he didn't have like one that he paid cash for with or something.
The thing it's not so much anymore, but it's not required in order to buy one or to plate one.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I mean, you can technically buy one, get plates for one, and not have the endorsement.
Right.
I don't know.
We're breaking up a little bit when you talk. Was that just a moment?
Things were getting jumpy here a little while ago too, like the pictures. So it could be my connection.
Don't feel it. I feel short down here though.
Did you ever get the initials JP?
I got P, but
Not JP?
oh J. No, I did get it.
Yeah.
I got J a lot, and I got P. Yeah, they didn't come in together.
Oh, okay.
But I got both initials. J was something that has come in continuously, like continuously.
That's creepy.
Also M, but I know that's his middle initials. So, you know, I've gotten Matt a couple times. That's
Matt,
short
that's
for
his
Matthew.
middle name.
There's just a JP that was at the bridge the day before.
Yeah.
And inserted himself into the case multiple times.
Well, and I'm curious on who was the search party that I was getting, because I kept getting a connection to the search party and, someone, being near the girls at that time. I don't know that connection as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Unsolved crimes uncovered. I can say that I know that the new judge is not afraid of the death penalty. So I feel like that was a very strategic move on picking that judge, because I think that with the record of that judge, they know that, he's got to know that she's not going to go easy. And so it's going to give him more of a reason to plea. Get life, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's weird because I pulled that up. I pulled that in the reading. I know they probably don't do the electrical chair anymore. Sorry, but that's what I was getting. It's kind of weird.
Your dogs, probably. Yeah, I don't want to keep you too much longer. You probably got your doggies and everything to attend to here.
Yeah, that dog was being a witch toward the cat because she does that sometimes. She's a little chihuahua and she's just weird.
Yeah, like let's see. You know what? Like I said, I don't want to keep you. I could. Me and Adam know we could rock it all night. Same with Louie. We know we're party animals like that. But so I want to give you hold on. I dropped your link again. So please, everyone that is with the It's a Crime and Shame channel, I'm dropping the Psychic Sleuth link again. And again, hopefully another time we can enjoy and have you on. I'm sure we'll talk again behind the scenes. I don't just use and abuse people sometimes, right, Adam? But no, just kidding.
Only if you ask nicely.
Yeah, it's usually in a triple X. That's for our late night rated R show. But anyways, I want to say it's been a pleasure, of course, having you on. And again, there was a lot of people in chat tonight, so impressive. I wasn't sure what to expect because it's not everyone's cup of tea, or a tea leaf or a tarot card or whatever. But I'm going to tell you guys something, if you don't mind, and I'm going to bring myself up so I'm not short. Oop, there we go. Sorry, Louie.
Oh, fine.
I do want to tell you a story, Psychic Sleuth.
Yeah, you can put me at the bottom.
I never used to tell people up until I realized that, maybe it healed some people. And so I never would ever tell someone, hey, like talk to your relatives above, they're around you and stuff like that, let alone would I tell them the story. But I want to tell you one that really impacted me back in 2002. And some of you guys that know me have already heard this. I don't care. I'm going to say it again. Just listen, okay? All right. But anyways, so basically back in 2002, approximately, my son was like 5 years old. So maybe it was 2003 then. No, 2002. Okay. So there was this side nephew, and his name was Jaron. And Jaron, rest in peace. Jaron was a relative that, really, Adam, there we go. That's better. There we go. Oh, wait, what the heck? Where are you, Sleuth? Wait, who's messing? Adam, are you messing with us? Okay.
I was trying to put myself on the bottom.
I know, that's where I was from. So there was this little boy named Jaron. Jaron died of meningitis. He was a side nephew. I didn't know this child. I met him twice in my entire life. So being just a deep empath, caring person, when my mom called me and told me that Jaron had passed away on his way to the hospital because they thought it was the flu, but it was meningitis, and he was a couple years old. And so I went upstairs and I laid on the bed and I said I was just so sad, because obviously as a mother, any mother or parent out there, the loss of your child is the most greatest experience. that anyone, does not wish to have happen to them. And so this child, especially as I'm thinking about my own, at 2 years old, oh my God, these things are so precious. I love children. They're just like a gift. They're a gift. That's what they are. They're a gift. They're ours to raise right, bring up right, and love and care for. They're just a gift. And so, anyways, so I went upstairs, laid on the bed, and I said, "Oh my God, Jaren, I'm so sorry. I'm so sad. I'm feeling so bad for his mom, Michelle." And I'm just like, so I'm saying a prayer, but just laying on the bed with my, how when you keep your feet on the floor, but my head's back up on the bed. And I'm so in my head, Rochelle, this voice, I'll call it a voice at the time, said to me, "Please tell my mom I'm okay." And I said, "Voice, are you talking to me? Am I just hearing this? Or are you talking to me?" And then again, he said, "Please take," oh yeah, absolutely. Let's stop the screen on that one. There we go. Thank you for reminding me. So he said, "Please tell my mom I'm okay." And he said this a few times. And I said, "Look, Jaren, I can do a lot of things. And if this is truly you talking to me, I am not going to tell some mom that her dead son is talking to me saying to please say that he's okay up in heaven." And then, so I said, I can do a lot of things, but I'm not going to look like a crackerjack. So he said, "Fair enough. But what if I tell you 2 words?" And I was like, "Well, that sounds like a fair deal, because it's just fair. I don't mind doing a lot of things, but I'm certainly not going to say anything to his mom. Like, hey, by the way, your son spoke to me. Just so he's okay up there, but he's just sad because you're sad." But anyways, so he tells me 2 words, and the 2 words were Tete and Papa or Popo, one of the two. Tete. And I'm like, okay, well, that's weird because I double up words myself. Pagey wagey. I do the same thing. Tete, whatever. I double up words a lot like that. So I'm like, okay, well, I have nothing to lose here because he's making me promise, and I'm thinking, okay, what's the worst that can happen? I don't hear it. Okay, fair enough. So fast forward a week to the funeral, big church, his face is playing on the side. And all I'm thinking about is if I'm going to hear these couple of words that he said I was going to hear. And so I go about the whole funeral service. And, I'm just kind of going, well, I guess I don't got to say nothing because I didn't hear shit. And, so I thought, oh, phew, but I really kind of wanted to hear the words as well, because then it meant that I could communicate that all my intuition and things were true, in a sense. So I was like looking down on the floor, and my bangs were in front of my eyes type of thing. And Michelle, the mother, is on the podium. And Michelle is about to get off the podium. She literally motions to get off the podium, takes a step towards getting off. She literally backs up to the podium, and she says, "I don't know if anyone knows this, but Jaren had 2 favorite toys, his Tay-Tay and his Popo." And I'm like, heads down. I'm just like, holy F-bomb. Like, no way did she just say this. No way did I just hear those words. Because my literally, if my jaw could hit the ground, and back down to China over there, it probably would have. Because I was just literally floored. And so then I just smiled. And I was like, Jaren, thank you for the gift of knowledge. Thank you for letting me know that we can communicate with the other side. There's no way I could have known it. No one can ever take it away from me. I say this with 100% pureness of my heart. And so when I'm sitting here on a plane worried I'm going to die, my mom was dying in the hospital of cancer in 2015. And I'm sitting here worrying that I might die in a plane thing. I got bigger, problems than that. So I just remembered, I always remember I would speak to Jaren, and I still do, but not as much. Speak to him all the time. Jaren, how are you doing? I'm sad. Thank you so much for telling my mom. I ended up telling her. I kept my promise that same day as the funeral. I quickly got it out, and I was like, because she was talking about something, and I said, hey, Michelle, just so I could keep my promise. Hey, Michelle, you know what you said about the Tay-Tay and the Popo? And then she goes, Sonny, but it wasn't Tay Tay and Popo. It was Tay Tay and Papa, but I couldn't remember which one. So I would just say the one. I couldn't remember if it was Popo or Papa because my brain kind of shocked me going, am I hearing this person? Is this person actually talking to me? And so then I was just like, I just smiled. So that was my gift to myself. I've had a lot more. My mom shows me all the time. I'm like, Mom, go bug my twin sister. Go see Tanya. She's the one with the freaking issues. I don't have the issues she does. Go bug her. Go find her a guy. Go get her married or something. But freaking go take care of her. So my mom has always given me signs. So I freely speak to Abby, Libby. I freely speak to Blaine. I don't mind even saying it anymore and stuff like that. And if somebody believes me, they do. If not, I don't care. It's my knowledge, my gift that no one can take away from me. And it doesn't mean that it's always right. It just means that I have a very open door to who I am. If you want to come visit me, well, hold on. Only good people, not bad people. If you want to come visit me and talk to me and I talk to you, so be it. If you don't want to come see me, but I mean, I just do my thing. I do me. And at the end of the day, I speak to my mom all the time. I speak to Abby and Libby all the time. Suzanne Morphew. I mean, if it wasn't for Suzanne Morphew, she's actually the one that gave me clues to where frickin' she is, but I don't know if that will ever come to fruition. But I would keep seeing the redhead and the frickin', she kept showing me this redhead. Barry Morphew, I think, had a redhead for a girlfriend, couple. But anyway, but Suzanne Morphew kept showing me cement and like a plot, like you know when you're building a house structure and it's at the cement level. She kept showing me that and a redhead all the time. And it was to the point that I'm just like, whoa, like shit, like this is just like right there. Very heavy case, but nothing like Delphi. Nothing even remotely like Delphi. But anyway, so I wanted to share that experience with you. So that's when I knew that we could communicate with the other side. So although I knew I was very intuitive, I just didn't realize other people weren't as much or didn't have as much intuitiveness to them. Some people do. Some people totally lack common sense. Some, you know, honestly, and there's some people that have common sense and there's other people that are intuitive on different levels, right? I don't try to hone in a skill or anything like that. Never tried. I don't even like to use labels. But do I classify myself as that I can talk to the other side somewhat? Yeah. Do I think I'm a very intuitive? Yeah. I can smell when it comes to people. I can tell your character pretty much right away. You know, you don't have to say very much. I can read between the lines of what they're typing. Just like in chat, you can see a dick when you see a dick. You can see a nice person when you see a nice person. It's clear as day. You know, I judge very fast. And that's the reason why I judge so fast, because I can tell a nasty comment when I see it, even with the snark tone behind it. Sometimes I make a mistake, the odd time, but most times you can see a snark comment when it comes out. And I don't just put up with that because, I mean, like I said, sometimes maybe I but I'm just like, God, I don't need you people in my life. Get the hell out. I just want people that care about others, whether or not they believe in gifts or not, or whatever. Doesn't matter. If you do, you do. If you don't, you don't. But you know what? Just appreciate yourself for the fact that you care a lot. And that means a lot in itself in this world of greed and hunger and money. That's what I have to say to that. Amen. Preach it, Sonny. You go, girl. Okay. No, just kidding.
Wait, Sonny, I missed that. Could you start over?
Yeah, no. Backwards.
You're like me. I go on random rants like that too all the time.
But yeah, I just wanted to share my story. So that's where I was coming from, where, you know, so to believe in the other side, absolutely. Do I believe people have gifts? Absolutely. If people want to take away from that, let them. Who cares? Doesn't matter. It's not going to make or break your life.
You know, like I said, I've had people come at me and it's like, you guys have not watched my readings. You have not watched all the readings, because if you do, you can't help but believe. There's only so much that you can, you know, it's just like, even down to the world event stuff that I get. Like, there's no way I can just guess that stuff's going to happen. There's no way I could guess at a name. And it's not just a name. There's multiple things that are connected, you know, that we've connecting, down to what you guys think. So it's just, it's one of those things, like, before you go judging and starting to be like skeptical, like, do your homework. You know, do your homework and check me out. And that's why I started doing mediumship readings on the channel, because those are people I do not know. I do not know anything about them, and they just come on randomly and I give them readings. And the stuff I pull, there's no way I can know.
You
I don't know
know,
who they are.
again, you know, it's kind of like, you know, with credentials, and like we were talking about CD the other day too. It's like he doesn't have to prove it. You know, he knows he was a police officer.
Right.
You know, if people can't see that and they want to judge him, go right ahead. Like, it's one of those things. Is like, am I gonna sit there and have all my freaking, like some people have all their freaking plaques and whatever.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I can be an A-grade bitch at times, but it's not without reason. It's just because I cannot stand people who try to take away from the kindness of the world. And if the world was a nicer place, it would be better off for it. But no, there's always the naysayers, the people that would try to bring it down. They're more thicker than the nice people. That's why we have a nice little block. And I literally have about 800, 900 blocks on my, and only going stronger as those ones ever come in. It's tapered off. But, you know, because I just don't put up with it. We're not here to try to hurt each other. We're here to try to help each other. And Alexa, if you speak out of turn like this again, I'm blocking you. I swear to God. No, just kidding. But yeah. Go ahead.
Alexa, I can read someone in 41 seconds. So
the McDonald's comment, I want to comment on that real quick.
Thank you.
He worked next to McDonald's. CVS is right next to McDonald's.
Yeah.
So the girls were giving her work location. I don't know if there's another connection to it, but
yeah, Libby loved McDonald's.
And Dairy Queen was right there as well, where her sister worked.
I just wonder if he's seen him at McDonald's. Like that was a thought that came to me. You know, if she went to McDonald's and he's seen her there, because I think in another reading there was a reference to that as well, like her eating there or something.
Yeah.
So.
Kelsey made a comment about how she wished she would have taken Libby to McDonald's. Marcus, Libby loved going to McDonald's.
Mm-hmm.
So as soon as you said McDonald's and whatever, I mean, I know it was out there.
Multiple meanings, you know.
Exactly.
It's right next door to CVS. Like I said, they'll try to give us where the killer is, you know. And I get that a lot. Like I did a reading on Alexis Gabe, and I kept getting his work, and I kept going towards this area, like over kind of by like Port Costa, but not really Port Costa, but the area that's I don't know what you would call that, where they have all the oil and stuff. Okay, so I kept going over there. That's where his work is, and I just found out that recently. So I kept getting taken to his work, and I got Jackson, which they just found her body off of, or partial remains off of Jackson Road. But see, that's where it gets confusing, is because, sorry, sometimes
Lewis.
Sorry, dog outside. They're like, "Oh, let me talk to you." Like,
Blonda. Oh, dude, Blonda West. Yeah, I'm sure you're a bigger bitch than I am, to be honest with you. So go ahead, I'll block you. Go create another one. Come back, sucked it in here. Considering you hate hearing me talk about myself, you know what? Here, take one of those actually. And yeah, I'll give you a block. Go make another account. Have a good day. There we go. That's how much I take.
Anyways, sometimes they'll take you to the killer. Sometimes they'll take you to the house. Sometimes like everything does not pertain to just one thing, one location. I always tell people that's not always a location they're at. Sometimes it's a location for the killer, or sometimes it's validation for them or their loved ones or whatever. You know,
Yeah.
I'd be curious if they end up doing a bench with their names on it, though, because I saw that pretty clearly, and they do something with their jerseys. I'd be curious about that.
Or
if they have done anything with their jerseys.
And there's already a bench with their name on them.
Yeah. Anyways, let's do final thoughts, guys. No, I love people like Blonda once in a while. I love it when they say, or what did he even say? Something about listening to myself talk. Hey, dude, my channel, right? If I want to sit here and talk to myself with one person in the thing, I can. I love it when just people. Don't you just love that though, Rochelle? Go create your own channels. If you really want to run this one, do yourself a favor. Go run your own channel. You can do whatever you want. You can piss in a pot. You can pick your nose. You can do whatever you want in that channel. You don't even have to listen to me talk. Just don't watch me. But don't you love it though when they say, "But I'm just going to make another account and come back"? Well, obviously you don't hate it too much. You know, seriously, you don't hate it too much. Obviously,
you've got the block list, and it's probably a quarter of it's all the same person.
I know. Anyways, let's just give final thoughts, you guys, and thank everyone. And again, I dropped the Psychic Sleuth channel in there. Thank you so much. It's been a great live. I appreciate your time. that you gave to us tonight. And thank you.
I appreciate you guys being so open and having me on, and Lewis being open to everything, because I know he's the one that sent it to you, and so that means a lot. Because
Adam, he's a Cancer as well, and and same with Jamie that came on. Thank you, Jamie. The thing is that most people and you'll find that with your channel, there's certain there's certain signs that come into the channel that kind of cling together mostly. And you always know those signs because those are the ones that kind of usually typically have the deeper empathic side. Not to say that the other ones don't, but you'll always notice that there's a good 3 or 4 signs that will always be pronounced in here. And then there's the odd one that, like for instance, a Cancer, our moon is the Pisces, right? While Deb's on the channel as well, and stuff like that. But, Aries, Libras, stuff like that, Leos, certain signs just more attract. Because, they're the, like I said, empathic ones. Whereas you have your more structured signs that might be more structured than empathic. And fine, those people will find the other channels, and stuff like that. I love the fact.
It's a vibration thing where, people are on the same vibration. They're going to click. If they're not, they're not going to click. It's a vibrational.
Absolutely.
That's what I always tell people,
Right, Alexa.
I had someone arguing with me today over Kylie, and I was like, you know what, block, see you later. I'm not gonna, I'm over it,
Yeah,
I said
absolutely.
what I said, and that's what I said, and that's it.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, you're not here to justify yourself to the world. Again, the true carers and followers will follow you because they believe in you. Mm-hmm. And like I said, the ones that don't, they come and they go. I mean, trust me, it's just like I said, half the time when I block people off of the videos that put ignorant comments, I always go back. I try not to look, to be honest. So I'm like, Deb, you take over because I'm just too busy hitting the block button. But anyway, it's when I go look, they were never a subscriber anyway, usually 99% of them. They're never subscribers. So I'm like, ooh, big loss there. Big loss to your big mouth leaving a remark on the videos. I just try to ignore most of them.
That lady wasn't even a subscriber today, and she just kept coming back, and I was like, why are you here? Like arguing with me? You're not even just go away.
And then after a while you just
blocked her. I entertained her for a little bit, and I was like, this is exhausting. Bye, see you later.
Well, after a while you start going, did you want some dinner? Do you want me to give you a drink? Stay a while. I mean, you obviously like me here, so stay a while, chat it up, because why if someone hates you so much and hates your channel, why do they come visit? Why do they keep making new accounts to come see you? Why? Because, unfortunately, their lives are obviously a lot more duller than our lives, and we don't need to do stuff like that. But anyway, doesn't matter. Aquarius.
Well, I appreciate you guys having me on. I'm an Aquarius too, Candy. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm a double Aquarius. I'm an Aquarius. That's why I think too much. But my moon is a Libra, so I'm all about justice. So humanitarian injustice, I think that's why I go this way.
Tell everybody what you're up to next.
I don't know.
Okay, are you a YOLO too?
I don't know. I mean, just keep an eye on my channel. Like I don't really know what case I'm doing next. This whole Delphi thing, kind of when this all broke, it's been on this for a little bit, and we've been trying to come up, with the validations and stuff, because it's just a trip, because there's so much that I've already connected that it's tripping me out a lot.
Yeah.
And like I said, I'm just amazed at the name thing, because that's not something that I ever expected, or that I've ever gotten, or that even people get a lot. And I think somebody asked a question in here earlier that I wanted to address about how come they just don't come forward and tell you, everything. Right. Unfortunately, that's not the way it works. It works in puzzle pieces, and it depends also on the medium, but it also depends on who's giving you information, and everything happens in the time it's supposed to. So the reason why they gave me this name was because he was going to be arrested. There's a karmic thing with it. And, that's why I've been getting October for so long. And the jumpsuit and everything, it came in almost every reading that this was going to be coming up, because there's a time frame to everything. So that's why. And if you're meant to help find someone, you'll give enough information to find them, or it'll be validated. But everything kind of has its way it's got to go with soul contracts and things like that. So I don't know why we just get the bits and pieces.
I was going to say, it's not like they just go, hello, I'm going to connect with you. I'm going to tell you the exact story. And here it goes, because people just assume like, you know what I mean? They expecting miracles in a sense. And
we're human. We're not mystical beings.
If you listen to any medium talk, they're
Speak for
always
yourself.
about.
I wish I was a mystical being. That would be fun. But yeah, we're not. We're humans, and we're connecting to the other side, and we're not going to get every single thing. We're just going to get bits and pieces, and there's only so much also that we can get on on a case as well.
I'm pretty sure with my snap cam, Rochelle, I can be any mystical being or whatever.
No, I do. I always say that. I always say, we're not mystical beings, and it's just we can only give what we're given. You know, and the spirit, sometimes they don't know, and sometimes it's just like I said, like the reason why they gave me the name is probably because this was going to happen. So again, I'm not here to solve. It's more of like it's more of like a validation of the other side and a validation that they're on the right track. If you watch any shows like Sensing Murder and Psychic Detectives, you can see they all work the same way. And I have seen some Sensing Murder people get names, but it's not something that like happens all the time.
Now, do you communicate with them through one common spirit, or do you have multiple?
Well, in the beginning when I did the auto rights, you'll hear me say I'd like to connect to, Libby and Abby and Lizzie or Elizabeth and Lyric, because I always kind of felt it was connected, but I don't know how it's connected. And so I always felt like they were all giving me information, but these last couple readings, just Libby, because she seems like the spokesperson. She seems the stronger of them all. I think Abby was more like quiet and shy, because people are as they are on the other side as they are here. So if you have a more like confident, kind of outgoing person, they're going to come through stronger than a shy person does. It's the same personality.
You're funneling directly to them. You're not.
Yeah, I'm funneling directly to them, and their guides are my guides that are helping. But I connect to the specific spirit is what I like to do. But I go for Libby because she's stronger.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's her. I think that was her personality here too. I think she was more outspoken and like a stronger personality than Abby was. Abby seems really quiet to me. And who knows, they might both be giving me information, but that's just, I connected only to Libby in May. But that was the first time I did that.
Libby louder, Abby softer for sure.
Yeah. And I think that's why I got better information, because it was more like I was focused on one energy than more. Yeah. I don't like to bring a lot through in a reading either, because it can get a little confusing and all over the place, I like to bring in one and kind of, get a lot on that one person. It's just easier to connect to one energy than it is a bunch. It gets a little confusing otherwise, I think.
Totally forgot. Yeah. Do you have any chapstick or lip gloss with you, by the way? We gloss around here. I don't see a donation though, Zenda. No, I'll do it freely, I guess, for you. No, you don't have any, Rachel? No. Forgot to tell you. I always forgot. It's like, darn it. So we gloss because we don't.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know. You didn't tell me. I don't even know if I have any.
Okay, Lewis, where's your gloss?
Excuse you, Kat.
Reloading again.
I think earlier one of the cats caught on fire with my candle.
Oh no!
I just smelt it. I was like, I better blow this out.
Gloss with your candle.
You always have lip gloss, like within.
Okay, well, no, I'll know next time.
Just at any given moment of your life, you should have something to make your lips shinier with.
Okay.
Just no matter what you're doing in life, it makes everything better.
Just to ask you, Rochelle, do you do tarot cards as well or no?
No, I started. I have a whole bunch of tarot cards here, but I don't really read them. I started with them. With them, and that was like a tool that I started to open up with, but then I didn't need them anymore. They're kind of a fun thing to play around with sometimes. Like I have these really cool cards that are called Rebel cards.
Ooh,
and they literally tell it like it is. Like they have cuss words and everything. They're pretty cool.
Yeah.
We used them one time on the Soul Contracts video, like at the end of it. And it's like zero filter cards. That's why I like them. Like literally
zero filter.
Zero filter.
Perfect. Don't forget, everyone, if you haven't set your clocks back, they do go back at 2 a.m. It's only 11:36 here. Either way, think of it as 1 hour earlier than the other.
Unless
Lewis,
you're in Arizona.
yeah, unless you're in Arizona. Lewis, did you have anything to say to Rochelle before she gets going? Her last thoughts.
No, I think we all summed it up pretty well. I appreciate you coming on and giving us your time tonight.
I appreciate you guys having me. Like it meant a lot that you guys are so open and that, you know.
Good.
Lewis was just like kind of wowed, I guess, to have me on here.
Lean in. You got to lean in.
Are you fangirling?
I sent her, and then like a couple hours later, oh, she's coming on this week.
Yeah, she messaged me, and I was like, huh? Okay, cool.
I said, and she's like, why are you messaging me that, this? I'm like, well, I gave her like 3 points that I thought stood out. And she's like, oh, let me look. And then she came back and she's like, wow, this made more sense too. And I'm like, yeah, I want you to hear that on your own. And then, from there she got a hold.
Right. I judge on my own. I don't, people can.
But I didn't mention Lancaster and all that stuff to you. I wanted you to hear that. And then you did, because I know that you've mentioned things and it clicked with me, but you needed to hear it.
It was everything in general. It was a Lancaster. It was the JR, the lawyer. It was really the whole line. Her line was very similar to what I've been saying to myself. So maybe things that she didn't know that I was talking about with Kurtz and Paladinos and Ashley Garth and Cryptic Note and Piggies and stuff like that. But, it was really the same kind of path about drugs, about sex rings, a murder tape and different things like that. Like, these are all things that they're saying. I didn't make those things up. So
do you think that Gabriel Ellis fits in here anywhere? Because he's been like always a main player for me, but I know he's like an informant. So, I mean,
I do have the informant list.
Yeah.
Derek's on there as well.
Mm-hmm.
And we've had communication, one party removed with Gabe Ellis.
Yeah.
Let me put it this way. It won't shock me if there's involvement there in some way. I never knew where he fit in exactly, nor to the Karina McClurkins as well.
Well, he's friends with her alleged killer. He's like his best friend. And which I didn't know because she literally named Gabriel Ellis in her reading.
Yeah. There's another.
And the girl he was caught in the car with was her cousin.
There's other people
named him, like, I don't know if it was just a connection or what, but he named him. Flora Fire is kind of interesting too for me. There might be a direct link or something. I haven't worked it yet, so I can't say for sure.
Thank you, Brutality.
I've always kind of got those links.
And honestly, I've had other people, mediums and that use that same name. I personally, he's one of those ones, and this is where I love Blaine. Blaine would tell you about Gabe Ellis, and he'd be like, that dude, he's scary dude.
Yeah.
Paige Turley was on our show, and she was talking about how Gabe Ellis put a gun in her mouth, and she thought, right, that's what Blaine said.
I've had him since the beginning on my radar. Like, I just could not let go of him.
Yep. So
and his daughter passed away from an overdose as well.
Yeah.
The thing with this is that I always realized too is that just because Garrett Kurtz and has said certain names, and those certain names are all seem to be playing a part of things, doesn't mean that that's the end all to be all. Those are the only people I know. I'm sure there's a plethora more people within the CSAM part of it. As for how the Delphi I just think it's two parallel things, but that the one has something to do with the other in a sense, but the other one opened up a can of Pandora's box. Yeah. And now it's like, now we're dealing with this and this. Who knows?
I always get these connections. These are all the same connections that I get. I think I even said that this guy connects to gangs. I just don't think we know that side of him. I keep hearing like he's not who you think he is. And I don't know if that's ever going to come out.
For who is that for?
RA.
Oh, okay. Richard Allen. Okay.
Yeah. I just don't, it's like I keep getting like he's not who you think he is. Like he's got this whole other life or side or something that we don't really know that's going to, I think it'll tie everything up. Like it's going to connect all these dots somehow, some way. Because in the 2019 reading, I kept picking up like he knew Kurtz. And
Yeah.
it was something that kept coming in. Like, he knew him and he thought he was stupid. Like, he...
Well, Kurtz does have a Hope Allen on his friends list. I don't know if a Hope Allen fits into this in any way, shape, or form. I do not know. I hate last names like Allen, Jones, Smith, because they're such pains to dive down, especially when you have a Richard Allen. Like, how common of those are those
that's
names?
why people thought I guessed it, but I mean, come on, what are the odds? Seriously, 1 in 100 million. I mean,
I was gonna say, although it's a common name, it's not one that you're just gonna go, oh poof, like, it's not like you're sitting there reading off the dictionary of names and going, like, yeah, you're tossing names out there, but you know what? This case is gonna have a lot of names attached to it. So,
and there's only, everybody said I threw out a lot, but I didn't. It was like Rodney and Nick, they kind of came in together. And then it was, I think Steve came in. I forgot about him, but it was, Mickey. And I think that was to tell me Ricky. I just wasn't picking it up. And then Rick Allen. It wasn't like I said Joe, Bob, Dylan, Michael, Alex. It wasn't like I did that.
Yeah.
Did that.
Again.
And the way it came in, it was like, I think it came in, did it come in Rick first or Alan first? I can't remember. And then it was like 2 things and then the second name. So it was almost right after one another. But
again, each to their
I can't
own.
hear him. He's got you're on mute.
Who?
Yeah, I didn't hear a word you said. You were on mute. You were lip singing.
Gotcha. No, what I said is, it might be a common name, but it's not a common name with Delphi.
Yeah.
You go back through the years, it's not really a last name that's popped up anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
You can't say that you took a common name that's been mentioned. It's not. It doesn't correlate.
Well, in the very first reading, I got Big A Allen.
Yeah.
The very, very first reading I did. What are the odds of that? And then Kagan came in the same reading, but it's like, you can't say it's not a name I haven't said before.
Yeah.
Of course you have to watch it.
It's so funny how delayed our chat is right now. Sorry, unrelated, but I was like, our chat
2
is like
weeks.
a good
When his
30 minutes time.
first came out, my thought was, this guy's too clean to not be somebody above everyone else.
And that's what he gives off. That's what he gives off to me, and that's what he's always given off to me in the readings. Like, I've never been able to let go of like some kind of, like, he's just, I don't know, he's hiding it, but he feels more important to someone. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like I said, he almost feels like kind of like Hitman kind of feeling. I don't know if he necessarily is, but it's like a big wig kind of like, I'm the boss, like a boss energy.
Yeah. Well, I'm just curious if Fouts' ass is ever going to land up in there where he belongs. Anyways, let's go. Adam, do you have anything else to say before we head off? Are you good?
No. Yeah. I think with the time change, I think it's thrown everything off. Like I was trying to say a minute ago. Because I know, like, when I'm looking at YouTube on my phone, I mean, the chat on StreamYard is a good 3 to 4 minutes ahead of anything that's popping up on the chat on YouTube.
Well, YouTube's been kicking people all night. It's something.
Yeah. Rochelle, I was just at your channel. Looks like your numbers have gone up. Thank you for the subscribers to this channel. It's always a pleasure getting to know channels that are, like I said, we're just here to love and care about and respect the channels that love and care about us, and that have a platform where they're truly just trying to help people. Those people will always mean the most to us. So again, thank you very much, Louie, for sharing Psychic Sleuth's video with me, and thank you, Psychic Sleuth, for coming on and joining us tonight. It's been a pleasure. Again, Adam as well, and Deb wasn't on today. We are on tomorrow night at 6:30, back to our regular time, 6:30 Eastern Standard Time. And again,
it's nice to meet you all.
It's
nice. It's cool hanging out with you. It's neat.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Yeah, some of us are cool. Some of us aren't, right, Alexa?
We have a good time.
No. Anyways, no. Thank you so much, you guys. Again, I'm gonna just drop your link in chat one more time. So again, Psychic Sleuth channel. Go through it, check her out. Go watch some of the videos back. Go watch some of those Delphi videos back before stuff was released. Then see for yourself things that were said, and then you decide, right? That's the bottom line of it. Nobody's perfect,
Yeah.
but you know what? We try to be. No, just
Yeah.
kidding. Anyways, have a great night, you guys. Take care. God bless. Thank you for joining us. Thank
Good night,
you, Mark,
everyone.
for the
We'll see you
super
tomorrow
chat.
night.
Yeah, have a great night.